I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Scenario, win, 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 yeah, we on a roll. Yeah, 2, 4, 6, we like 10 and 0. I should probably tell them something that they didn't know. Back then we was down with nowhere to go. Shit, might have been down, but we didn't fold. Now we running it like some intervals. Ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when I come through you. Ooh, shut down. Shut down. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, ooh, us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, give me that crown. I need that now, right now. Ooh, don't make a sound. This is my time. You hear the crowd. Hey, we need that rain. Me and my team. Deja vu, this here a dream. We done all seen 100 times over back when we was just teens. Now we going dumb, told them we the one. They would count us out, now we counting up the funds. Now without a doubt, they be throwing up the ones. Like they was always rapping, now believe them if you want. Now they show love, came with a dub. It is what it is, it isn't what it was. They all love to hate when it don't work out. Tell you that they always been down when it does. Look. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast, I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what is meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
Look at my shine with the glow. This is my time with it though. This is my time to be way at the top. Me and my guys gon' pay out the block. I don't look like wall. Time's right, and I know the sea is walking in a limelight. Promise you gon' wanna watch like a sci-fi. My guys are high risers, high tide. My crown if you come to my side. I pledge allegiance for lifetime. My squad connected like Wi-Fi. We grind and you see the highlights. This my life. It ain't a game now. Me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way. You wasn't invited. Say you come to play. I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me. Then step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Game now, me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way, you wasn't invited. Say you come to play. I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me. Then step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way.
saw me. Got my number, don't call me. We eating up, that's all beef. You freezing up, that's y'all's team. Cause we ain't really lose no more. All about heating up, leaving that cold. You can see me heating up, killing that show. I ain't about giving up, no. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Look, you got a problem with me. Look, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you never gonna stop me. Ay, sound the alarm. We about to go on. You getting it wrong. Time to go off. Can't hold us back. Truth hurts, you always that. My
won't stop going till a player on top know it. Rooftop penthouse suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fly through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional work and devotion. We put in this time. Look. You won't stop my stride. I'll just break your line. I don't tolerate wasted time. You take us down, keep fighting.
It's time to shine here as we jump in onto the Snapdragon Pro Series by PMCO. My name is Highland Wolf, and I'm joined by the one and only DK once again. DK, how are you doing for the competition this weekend?
Oh, well, I'm pretty excited, right? As we know, we're moving into our very next PMCO. It's going to be a pretty tough play as we have a few returning teams and, of course, a few new faces making their way out on towards that battlefield.
One also new is Snapdragon Elite Gaming, and DK, did you know that Snapdragon Pro Series is the world's largest multi-genre mobile esports competition? But we got to see what they can do, and what these teams can do jumping in onto the competition too, as we got 16 fantastic teams making it into the Snapdragon Pro Series finals here for the African region. And what a 16 teams it's going to be, DK.
Yeah, I mean, as we know, the teams have really worked their butts off to get all the way to here. They started off with those in-app qualifiers, progressing into the qualifiers. So we had 256 teams making it from the in-app qualifiers to the PMCO qualifiers. And of course, as we know, that's why we're here today. 16 teams moving into the finals. But we know that there's also 3 seats then available to move into our very first PMNC Africa for 2022.
First one, but only 3 slots available, as we say. It's going to be a very tough competition for the long journey. They're all going to be very hungry to make it in onto those top 3 spots. We jump in also to what these teams can earn, though. Not just, of course, their 3 positions in the PMNC, but that prize money, which all of these teams are going to be after. The first place getting those $8,000, second $4,000, third, they're also making it through to PMNC, $3,000 for them. Of course, so everyone's going to be a winner coming into this competition, where at least going home with $1,100 for the 16th place team minimum.
Yeah, I mean, this would definitely satisfy any hunger the teams have making it all the way to this point in the competition. So it's going to be pretty exciting to see which teams will be taking one home. But of course, speaking about feeding the hunger, one of the ways that they can ensure that, there's not too much hunger to worry about is by utilizing our beautiful point system that we've actually been seeing for quite some time now.
15 points, of course, for the chicken dinners, if you're not familiar, and also 1 elimination point per elimination for each of these eliminations these teams can get in each of our respective 10 matches this weekend, of course. So these teams going to drop down and to those 0-point zones. If they cannot succeed and get all of those points and make themselves up onto the leaderboard, here is 2R Rebels Rage is going to be in that first position. Got to see if they can hold that position, though, because there is a bunch of teams heading up behind them, and I think one of our favorites here coming into the tournament, of course, that being RTG Esports, DK.
Yeah, and as we know, they are, of course, situated over on towards the second page. So Just for those a little bit curious, this is just to show the names of the teams we have participating. It is no indication as to where the teams are currently are sitting. And as we take a quick look at the second page, we can see Glitch Team there. We've got the Nuclear Miracles as well as Numb. We also have Rilla Insider, RTG Esports, as you've mentioned. We've got Snakes, then of course Team Lag, as well as YT Gaming. So some pretty familiar names, as I've said before, and of course quite a few new faces making their way on towards the PMCO.
Of course, so where are these teams going to fight? Well, it is the familiar here, Erangel Sandwich, where we started off with Erangel for our first game, finishing it off with Erangel and one in the middle for extra effort, but also that spice through from Miramar, the salad that we toss in on the Sanhok and make it all of that flavor, of course, in our 5 games going through today and the same also tomorrow.
Yeah, it's going to be a 5-course meal, right? Looking at the beautiful spread that we've got coming in here, as the teams will have some great opportunities to showcase their talents. And what's going to be very interesting is looking at those 3 Erangels that we've got, right? It's going to be that opportunity, as we know. It is the bread and butter of PUBG. So the teams that are pretty proficient on Erangel will have a great opportunity to now just strengthen their positions on the leaderboard.
Yeah, but of course, we've got to head back towards our favorite team coming into the competition to see where they will place. And that is none other than RTG Esports, setting aside a roster here through into the African region. They've done well, I think, DK through from the UK, the Middle East, also there in Europe. Now got to see, can they build a winning roster for the 4th time in a 4th region? It's all down to their players now on the African region, as we say.
Yep, and of course, looking back at the previous seasons of PMCO that we had, another team that we had that was performing exceptionally well and made their way into this PMCO is going to be the players from YT Gaming. So, you know, some high expectations coming in for both these teams. As we know, RTG, a team that have performed extremely well in previous events, and of course, YT Gaming, you're looking to bring in another potential strong performance.
And I think, of course, definitely starting off with just YT Gaming and Young Thunders, another one of the favorites coming into the competition. Maybe not as experienced through the past seasons of PUBG Mobile competition as potentially RTG, but I think that Young Thunders here definitely are a force to be reckoned with, and especially if it's some of these players like Rick in particular.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be exciting to get a kind of idea as to what is, you know, the kind of the mindset of the teams moving in. As we said before, we've got some returning teams, and then we've got some new faces coming through. And I think especially for the teams that are returning back into this PMCO, this is the opportunity to progress into those further stages, right? As we saw on the format there, we have the PMNC coming up a little bit later on as well. So it'd be a good start for these teams to get their foot in the door. And we know this is the way that they can get themselves a little bit closer to making it onto the professional scene, because, you know, we've seen this on the PUBG website, where they show kind of what the pathway is to make your way up to being a professional player. And who knows, pretty soon we could see even more teams from the African region being represented over in towards the PMPL.
Yeah, and I think especially that shows about the growth of the African region too there, DK. We've seen them, all of these teams come in through the playing stage. We've seen how many teams they've had to fight through, those 256 teams, of course, that they had to get past to be the final 16 now in onto the finals. And keep in mind, it's only 2 days that these teams have also to make it count. So there's not that much time to really gather a expectation of what these teams are going to be looking for against each other. And they're going to have to really come in with confidence, I think, in on that first match to prove to us that they have what it takes to be in on those top 3 spots.
Yeah, and I mean, what definitely is different between this and PMPL, right? PMPL is more of like a marathon approach. We play it across 18 days, so there's a lot of opportunities to try and close up any gaps that could have formed along the way. But moving into PMCO, you got to hit the ground running right from that very first match. So you got to try and bring it your all, because as you said, right, it is only 2 days of play. 5 matches today, 5 matches tomorrow. So the teams will really have to bear it all and just perform like absolute monsters on the battlefield.
And do you think then that we've got teams like RTG, right, and we've got teams like Young Thunders coming in, and as they might be the expected favourites, are we really looking at them being one of the confident teams, or some of these confident teams coming into the competition? And do you think that there's any teams also that we could be looking at to overthrow them maybe in this confidence and beat them on the battlefield?
I mean, I'm not going to be delusional about anything, right? We know anything is possible, and it's going to be quite something to witness as these newcomers to the PMCO are stepping out on the battlefield, because they've got something to prove, right? They want to show the audience and the community what they are made of. They want to build a really strong name for themselves. So we could have a few upsets coming through. Of course, speaking about teams that we have also had that are returning, we know for instance the players there from Rilla Insider. We also saw them playing in the previous PMCO, and they again have yet another opportunity to kind of prove themselves moving into this season of PMCO. So I'm expecting it to be quite contentious, right? A lot of teams looking to prove things, and of course other teams looking to improve on what they've done in previous seasons.
Yeah, of course. So we are all at home, obviously, sharing the experience. But if you want to share the experience at home too, you can use the hashtag Snapdragon Pro Series and get involved in the action. Let us know who your favorite teams are coming into the team, what teams and players you're confident that can show up and have that result powerful enough to get into the top 3. But before we get into that first game, we are going to take a short ad break. And I know the suspense, we've got to wait just a little bit longer, DK, okay? But we will be back with you after a short ad break to get and see into the battlefield of which team will triumph first. Welcome back, everyone. Of course, the Snapdragon Pro Series by PMCO. Of course, Hannah Wolf DK jumping in alongside you for the competition. But, of course, not only us, but our sponsor, the Reno Series, with the upgraded phones and upgraded funds. Celebrate your winning spirit with the brand new Oppo Reno 7 Pro 5G, the designated smartphones for PUBG Mobile, Middle East, and Africa Esports 2022. Looking down, fine here, down on the bottom of your screen, DK. But also, I think what is going to look fine is some of these teams that we talked about, right, coming into the tournament. Yes, we talked about RTG. Yes, we talked about some of those like the YT funders. But we are also looking at some of the fan favorites we saw in chat, like of Jew, Num, and Nuclear, also all coming into the competition as those fan favorites into the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, I'd love to see the support coming in the chat. The players really, you know, the fans really stepping up to support their teams, and it's always great to see that happening across the board. But we're getting closer to kicking off the action here, you know, and this is where I wanted to ask you, like, what would you say your prediction is moving into this first one? Because I know for me, I mean, like, I'm keeping it kind of open, not really expecting to see too much moving into the very first match.
Well, I tell you what I can predict, because I've got the ability to see the future, okay? That is a YT Funders interview with none other than Rick jumping in onto the show and get to see what he thinks and his team, what they think about the competition so far. How are you doing, Rick, today?
I'm doing good.
And Rick,
Hello?
Of course, jumping in for YT here, Young Funders, and you speak, I think, a lot about your team and one of the favorites coming into the tournament, okay? How are you feeling in your ability, and maybe your team's ability too as well?
I'm feeling great. I think my team have the capacity to win this tournament, so yeah.
And also, I think before, right, Rick, we saw, I don't know, DK tells me that you got 4th place in the PMCO last time. Are you going to be able to step up and get into that top 3 this time, though? Do you have the confidence to do that?
Yes, we hope so. We have been training for a long time, so we hope we can put the training into action.
That's what I like to see. That's what I like to see indeed. But tell me, in terms of training for action, what is your favorite map jumping into these 3 different ones? Erangel, Miramar, Sanhok. What one's your favorite?
That's my favorite.
It's got to be Erangel.
That's my
Ooh,
favorite.
but why?
Therefore, I will be filming.
Why? I don't know, because it's more open. There is more places you can play in. There's more low grounds. So, yeah.
That's beautiful, Rick, though. Thank you, of course, for joining in. That was Rick from YT Gaming, Young Funders Gaming there, telling us what he thinks about the competition and what he thinks his team can do as a performance coming into the show. Well, of course, DK, thank you very much, Rick. It is there, DK, of course. We said Rick from YT Gaming there. I think a beautiful show of his team and the confidence coming in, particularly Wrangle. First game of the day is going to be his favorite. Are we expecting a big performance then from YT Gaming?
Well, I mean, ideally, that's what we'd like to see, right? As we heard from Rick, he said, you know, they've got the capability of winning this event. So, I mean, the expectation has now been created. Now they've got to live up to the challenge that they've just created for themselves. So, is it outside the realm of possibility? Definitely not. We've seen their performance coming through in the previous PMCO, so it's definitely on the books. But as we know, right, all will be revealed as the teams make their way out on towards their battlefield.
Indeed, it will be, though, as we're surely just going to be heading into our first match. But before we get to that, DK, a little bit of scope here on the rest of these teams. And we said, of course, there are some fan favorites. What are you thinking as well in terms of teams, in terms of confidence, having those fan favorites and those expectations? Is that going to be something that helps these teams or something that hinders them potentially, having that pressure of all the fans in the back?
I do think it could definitely be a beautiful aid, right, to help these teams just feel a little bit more comfortable and more confident as they make their way out on the field, because, you know, there's nothing like having that extra support. I'm pretty sure that, you know, they are pretty well aware of everyone that is out there showing some love towards them. And if they're not, I'm pretty sure they'll find out soon enough, as, you know, the whole event is, of course, being broadcasted. So there's more than enough opportunity for the teams to see a little bit of that interaction coming through. But, of course, the viewers can continue to engage in the chats. They can let us know. And they, as you mentioned before, they can also hit us up with that Snapdragon Pro Series hashtag on social media.
Indeed, get down below, get on those phones, get tweeting, get Instagramming, because it's going to be a World Pro V16 teams competition all about to kick off. And DK, as we get our final players in onto the lobby, I've been told, I also want you to tell me some of the favorites of these players coming in. Now, we spoke about the teams. Are there any particular players that we are looking for and from the African region that are going to stand out potentially in this competition?
Well, okay, so this could be seen as whatever, but you know, whatever, right? So we know in the previous PMCO, Manfilas had a little bit of a whoopsie with the molly. I'm going to keep on remembering that for as long as I am breathing, right? So I'm sorry, Manfilas, but I just have to. Of course, Manfilas is coming in from YT Gaming as well. So I'm going to be curious to see whether or not Manfilas is going to have a good run this time around. Already looking at the performances in other events since the previous PMCO, it does seem like, you know, we don't have that really happening, but who knows, anything of course will be possible. So definitely going to be keeping an eye on that front. And as we look onto the other teams, I'm curious to see what the players from Relay Insider is actually going to be bringing in, right? We've got Gogo, Trip, Zeke, Matrix, Slay as well. So also some really strong performers on that front. So curious to see what everyone's going to be bringing out. And yourself, Wolf, who are you going to be rooting for?
Look, I think, rooting for, of course, RTG. I'm definitely looking forward to not just a single player, but a whole team as a whole, because I think that as an organization, we said that they have built winning rosters in the past. I'm not saying that that's a determined factor now, but can we see that being something in now these next 2 days, being, again, RTG on top? We got to see if they can lead that aggression, though, because they are an organization that has built previous rosters. Keep in mind, DK, that have been particularly aggressive, rather than those being of those getting into the zones, being later on and playing for those chicken dinners as a different play style altogether. But I mean, you talk about that burning the house down. Okay, Manfellas, fair enough. He can burn the house down. I've seen it in PMGC. I've seen teams nade each other in all the highest level competitions. It happens to the best of us. Now we're going to see, can Manfellas step up? Can YT Thunders, of course, really step up here? Because Young Thunders really gaming here, stepping up to the plate alongside all these 16 teams. And to be fair, DK, I think also to all of these teams, yes, they're going to come in maybe not so much so with as much oomph as we are expecting as we do jump in onto that first game. And I'm thinking, as we say, maybe we are going to have a slightly suppressed game here on our first match, just to see where each of these teams feel each other out, get an idea of where they're all dropping down on the map.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a great opportunity and a very, very satisfying flight path making its way on in. Nearly centered up, and it's going to be allowing a lot of the reach across the zone. It could be a little bit limiting towards, let's say, Georgia Pool, Zaki, those kind of regions. But aside from that, I don't see a lot of major challenges really coming through for the teams as to getting themselves secured into a good loot position.
Yeah, very nice playing path as well to step us off in our first game. Going straight down, of course, from Sanhok all the way up to Starboard. A very centralized playing path will allow all of these teams, again, to be able to have their own position that they want to on the map, which I think is a very great thing for these teams in terms of the mentality of this first match. Having a nice playing path like this and being able to get down to where you want to at the start of the game already sets the precedent. These teams are going to feel a little bit more comfortable coming in. Now, we don't know where the zone is. The zone could shake things up, though, DK.
Yeah, but what I'm curious to see as well is we know that, so these teams obviously came from the round of 32. So it's not the first time that they're actually participating against each other out on the map. But I'm looking to see what they've kind of learned from those previous matches and how they are able to apply that moving through into the finals itself. Because as we know, it could be quite a contentious play. As you know, the teams have now had that opportunity to sort out their drop locations to see where the opponents are going to be going. But now it comes down to how are they going to look to utilize that information that they've already been able to gather.
Well, yeah, here Carlos and the rest of their squad here stepping up. And I think down inside of the Sanhok military base, personally, my favorite go-to, also AKM stepping up a little bit further north here towards more at Pachinki side. So there is going to be an even split, but already first player going down is unfortunately there. Kaxok's going to fall out of the first match. So already losing one of these players here, unfortunately, for the side of Club African.
Yep, already one down, but now as we have a quick look, we can see the team still trying to find a decent position to get in. I mean, that quick little brief sneak view preview that we had of the map, it does seem like the teams are relatively spread out. We do see a few teams, of course, relatively close to each other, but I don't think there's any major concerns. We do have those engagements starting to trickle on in. But I do think as we progress through these phases and the teams start locking in those rotations, that's where they could get themselves set up for any future fights that could break out.
And of course, even here now, we talk about some of these other squads, right, stepping in onto, I think, what is going to be a newer experience for them, Cloud9 being one of them. And no, it is not the Cloud9 that you may be thinking of. It is a different Cloud9, but still hoping to see big things. But let's go here, all the way up towards the northern side, up towards that North Georgia pole area. And I think also, based on where we've seen this zone, actually for the first phase zone DK coming in, it's again going to be a very nice playing path and zone for these teams. And as we said, we talked about that mentality state. So important for all of these teams in the first game to get a strong showing, and to see something that centralized again, to be very comfortable for these teams to rotate through in onto that more eastern side of, or western side, should I say, of Erangel. It's going to be very kind for these players and shouldn't create too much problems. There are always those options of the northern rotations, of always those southern rotations, as well as just going through the mainland of Erangel as well.
Yeah, but let's be honest here, Wolf, right? We like challenges, especially with regards to the teams. We want to see challenging zones. We want to see really tough rotations because that really puts the teams to the test. And that kind of shows us what they are made of and why they are deserving of being here, right? We didn't have the privilege of really seeing them playing in the group stages of 32 teams. But now looking at that zone positioning, we do have a little bit of a situation over in towards Farmers. We've got 3 teams situated very close together. That western side looking absolutely phenomenal as the teams have a great choice as to where they want to get themselves set up. So for now, it is going to be kind of focus on as to how the teams are going to be rotating out from this eastern side, looking to get that positioning locked in on towards the western front.
RTG here as well, stepping even around that Roshawk side. And I think there's going to be these congestion of teams. I think particularly some of these teams may be willing to go for that more direct route through the center of Erangel. Maybe something we see on this level of play from these squads. I would like to see though these teams try to shape it up a bit. I want to see them try to use those bridges, of course, coming through the Muyasna Poliana side and stepping in through that northern side bridge and coming back down through North Georgia Pole and those sides of the map. But also you can utilize even that southern bridge. Now, I think the southern bridge, likely more of an unlikely factor by these teams, despite there being those 3 teams in farm. And that's just because of the fact that you are much more reliant on your timings in maybe something of these teams, especially in the first game, not knowing how other teams will play, maybe not willing to risk such a risky rotation, going through those 2 choke points of the bridges to get onto that first phase zone and time it correctly too.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely a little bit of a challenge, and as the teams progress further on, they'll get more comfortable with assessing what's going on and also, you know, really utilizing those VOD reviews, right? As we know, there hasn't really been much VOD reviewing for them to do at this point in time, but speaking about reviewing, right, it is going to be Numb getting into a little bit of an altercation here with Cloud9 as we do have that quick little rush coming on through. It is going to be Taxma now positioned up high, trying to just lay down a little bit of that suppressive fire, but this seems to be a little bit of a hot and heated position, especially now for Taxma.
Unfortunately, Taxma, though, is slightly split off from the rest of their team. You can already see the knock also onto Goblin. Makes it a little bit more tricky. And that now, with the knock onto Goblin too, DK, allows the rest of Cloud9 to step further forward and onto this fight and pushes them further back. Goblin will go down. There is no one really to help them quick enough, I think, in this fight. And it will just be about Numb, as a result, escaping this fight with their losses. You can see all of the split coming through. Some of these players far up towards the severity side and unable to help in that 2-2 split to save the one player down in North Georgia Pole.
Yeah, this is quite a major 2-2 split coming through there, so Taxma really going to be put to the test here. I'm not quite sure whether or not Stacy and Nazi will be able to provide any potential support for their teammate here, but I mean, that could all obviously change as Cloud9 is still to move on through. We haven't really seen Taxma popping off insanely so, but so far it does seem like they have been put on somewhat of a bit of a back foot here.
Still, Taxma, though, has laid out a lot of utility, and if Taxma does able to survive, no, they will not. The nade straight on top through the window. Had no idea it was coming. Taxma will be first out, and there goes the second one. Oh, the disrespect, though, as well, as they punch Taxma in onto the ground, and Numb lose their second player already. A disastrous first game so far, as they are reduced to 2.
I would say that was disrespectful, right? That was a calculated move because they are working quite sparingly with their ammunition. Yes, they're working quite sparingly with the ammunition. You know, don't want to use it unnecessarily. They want to save it for the later few phases. If you can see, there's still 16 teams alive, right? So all the teams still here. We've lost a few players along the way, but now we are seeing a little bit of that mass migration heading in towards that more centered zone position. Quite a bit of congestion still over on towards the eastern side, but I do think the teams are going to start thinning the herd, right, as they all now start moving further in towards the zone.
I mean, look at the colors on that center point of our angle, and definitely a lot clearer point for, I think, the rest of that duo of Num to come through. But I would love even Cloud9 now in his position to actually get out of North George Pole. Being on the edge of the zone isn't as great. I would definitely move towards that Everest side, and not only are you going to block out the rest of those players of Num who could be still on that northern side if you did do your homework, knowing that Num did drop over onto that northern military side, but actually, if they do move over to the Everest, it's not just stopping Num, but it's also keeping an eye out and that information, all of those teams closer towards the central zone and towards that Gatka field side, which is going to be fairly open. And if that does zone continue to centralize around Gatka, it is going to be a case of what information can these players gather. That's going to help them now coming into their later points of this game in the future.
Yeah, 100% agree with you on that. So there's going to be a lot of decisions that need to be made. And as we can see, we have the players here from 4Rush in a potential play. They could be coming through here. We do have one or two taps getting sent over on towards the players there from Club African. But it does seem like they are keeping quite steady on their position. We do see Floki now just up in the distance. There's some great trigger discipline coming through from Mikey here. But again, right, 4Rush, we did see in those replays that they had an absolute phenomenal run. At least in one of those clips we got to see. But I'm curious to see that being replicated, right? You want to see the teams continue on with that kind of momentum or play that they've been able to bring on through.
Yeah, I think that 4Rush, definitely one of these more aggressive teams as well, will be hampered, that aggression with Kaiser going down. So not going to be as, I think, is expected of an aggression of this team in the first match so far. I would like to see these teams just begin to slowly move on into this zone. As you can see, the second shift has taken its form and has gone down towards more of that southern side, so will be still mainly Gatka here in play, but you can already see I really like those hills being taken up by some of those teams towards that quarry side. Now, quarry also another of these locations like Everest, which is going to have a high ground vantage point, mainly on those fields towards the east there, DK. That a lot of those teams are going to have such a hard time rotating through, and especially those teams coming back up from the south side of that ferry pier as well, navigating into that central zone.
Yeah, I mean, as we did take a quick look at that map, we did see the players here from Rilla Insider being positioned on the very edge of that field, as you pointed out, over towards that eastern position. But now, as we look a little bit further onto just southwest there of Pachinki, we do have AKM now looking to hold on to the high ground, and they could be testing their mettle against the players here from Dew, who we also have locked in with a bit of that Mosin. And I mean, I love the Mosin. This thing is absolutely devastating, used properly. And I'm pretty sure that these players know exactly how to do that. But of course, RTG just off in the distance, and this is where things are really starting to line up quite nicely.
Well, look, they can play better than me. I mean, I can use most, I can use whatever I like. I'm personally an Uzi and Scorpion on the side hand enjoyer. I quite like that. I quite like being able to rush in. I mean, no real information, no real, like, logic behind my style of play. It's more just we kill the bots and we try to get as many kills as possible. But, I mean, the eliminations aside, I think it's going to be the slightly harder side of eliminations for these teams to jump in onto this first match. Either way, though, RTG also able to get back up onto their feet with all four players, as they do actually strike a return knock, but this time back onto ATAR.
Yeah, I want to say something, you're not going to like it very much, Wolf, but you know what, here we go. Either way, RTG, of course, getting ready for the action, and we know they're getting ready for action. They even have a player called Action on their team, so that's what we're expecting a lot of to come from on that front. Yes, I just had to. I couldn't wait any longer. We're already 12 minutes into this match. I had to drop it at some point.
I'm quite impressed you lasted 12 minutes, honestly. I mean, we dropped it before the stream happened in about, what, 30 seconds for you? So 12 minutes, I'm proud of you, DK.
You know, I'm trying to improve, right? I'm trying to grow my my resilience, if we can call it that. That's probably not even the right word, but I'll make it the right word for now. But I mean, Nagato and the rest of the team coming through from the Blood Brothers here. Again, not a bad setup, right? I really like Gatka. I like Chopsticks. I want to see a lot of that insanity unfolding here, but it's been a pretty tough run for the Blood Brothers. They've now been reduced down to only 2 players. So, you know, Husam and Nagato, they're going to have to play this one very, very cautiously.
Yeah, for Blood Brothers particularly, I think one of these teams as well, coming in, one of those unknown teams especially, and definitely a lot of expectations to prove for so many of these teams, and it's going to be a tricky third phase zone to push those expectations to the limit, as we are going down towards very pivotal places. Now, immediately, my eyes get drawn to those forest hills that were introduced all the way back in Wrangle 2.0, and you can see some of these teams, of course, really here, like S4, are really looking towards those hills and looking towards the bridge. I think a phenomenal position and really utilizing, I think, another one of those strong points of this zone, that being the bridge and that being the lighthouse there, that is going to offer so much availability to seeing teams come across into the zone from afar.
Yeah, a very enlightening position definitely for them to be occupying here, as we see Duo taking it solo, just trying to get a little bit of a possession there onto the players who we have, you know, looking to oppose them. And I mean, even playing there from 6s, that could also be a very interesting play. As we know, Rebels Rage, they also still wanting to show us what they've got. And I mean, lag, of course, now starting to pop off in that feed as the players there from Full Rush Elite are our first team to get eliminated. So far, the team's looking to be holding on pretty strong. So, I don't know. I mean, 14 minutes in and we only lost 1 team. This is going to be a pretty hairy fight.
But I like that. It shows also, I think, the experience of these players. Now, I think it also shows the level of which these players have improved, DK. Definitely, you'd expect to see a lot more fighting this time last year of these teams, I think, of this level. And to see that this level has improved so greatly in the PMCO is very much music to my ears. Now, Snakes, again, going to keep this position. Duo is crucial to this position too. And I think if teams are looking to try advantage and press onto Snakes, it's definitely going to be about taking out Duo first. In Duo's position, if that collapses, then you lose the information, then you lose the high ground, and especially as you're splitting Alpha as well down towards the ferry pier, it is a risky idea and a risky move. But if they can keep Alpha and also Duo alive, the amount of information that Snake's going to have will be euphoric amounts.
Yeah, I mean, speaking about euphoric, right? We do have the players there from Rebels Rage, as we could see just off in the distance, thanks to the players here from Snakes just peeking over in that direction. But, I mean, looking at the map, we did have the players there from Club African also moving in on that eastern front, but instead they decided to rotate a little bit further up towards the northern side, as we do see that zone now continuing to progress over towards the west. A few engagements up towards the northern side, but look at that setup coming in from Lag, utilizing the compounds over on towards that western front. But they got to be cautious because we can see that ridge line. So I'm expecting a potential play to come in, especially from the players there from Nuclear, that could be rolling into those positions as well. So there's several options that these teams really need to try and cover as much as they possibly can.
Yeah, still 47 continuing to move further in. Is there also Cloud9 suffering those 2 knocks, having a taste of their own medicine here as Nuclear have moved on in. And will trade at least 2 for nothing for now. Is a very, very good trade indeed, as their Gus continues to finish off one there, as unfortunately Flip will fall down. Now also Wari in a difficult position, but is defended. Is now in the backside. Valesco gets down one in return, but can they get another? As Valesco steps back inside, looks for the punish indeed, but is the rest of the teammates here for also Gus there to follow up? No, they're not quite not. The vehicle, they're also there to Craze, protecting him, and Gus gets away. Valesco not willing to push too hard, but Cloud9 are on the chase, and so also taking the flank outside as well.
This is going to be a pretty tough play to make, as we can see Cloud9 now just trying to sneak on through that smoke that has been deployed right around there. But already several teams also moving into the vicinity. Out comes a quick little push here from Cloud9, looking to get a little bit of a position up on the high ground as they now look to contest against the players here from the Nuclear team. But will they be able to get that sorted though, as we do see a beautiful trade, but they have not yet been able to get that full entire squad right. Of course, the players here from 47 also down towards that southern side, also facing a little bit of a hot position, right? We got pre-fire with the rest of the team, and I'm hoping to see a rush come in now from Snakes.
Still, Snakes have got to play it patient. They have now a position coming into the zone, but they are in the middle of two different squads too, so the elimination potential against them is just as real as they put it down here onto 47 as well. But they have favorable trade here for themselves as Free Fire stepping back away, barely dodges out an aid though. It gets back behind the wall. Now a reposition as leader. Also stepping back. The 2-2 split to stop both sides of these teams is risky. But they are holding out for now. But not so much to our Rebels' rage as they will fall down in 14th position as the fight still continues. Now even another fourth party coming through as CA jump on in behind 47. And now 47 find themselves pinned. Is in the kill and elimination feed there. It's still Die who are falling down.
Oh, I mean, this is a pretty tough position, quite contentious down on towards the southern side. But again, looking at Club African, they're holding a good angle, just slowly but surely looking to see if they could potentially find a few openings here. But with that, it is going to be Leader who meets the end of their run here. Down to 3 players they go now for Snakes. You can see Pre-Fire, Alpha, and Duo looking to make a bit of a contentious play here, right? They want to try and hold on to that position, as we know the blue zone also is going to start closing on through. Reliant Cider, meanwhile, also just joining us in towards that zone, losing Trip along the way. But will they be able to make enough of a stat? They're also out here to try and prove a point, but that zone now taking a little bit of a swing over on towards the west, and I assume that is actually sent it up beautifully in this current phase. Yes, indeed it has. And as we can see, Lag holding on to their position on the western front. AKM having the one player positioned up north, but now it's going to be that rush, right? A lot of teams positioned out on the perimeter, close to the edge of that blue zone. And as we know, once that blue zone starts moving, especially it being 5th phase, it is going to be a very detrimental play to make.
A lot of concerns though for these teams like Insider, like Glitch as well. Due even down to that solo play, you saw them drop down in the kill feed behind, but not though as quickly as unfortunately there. Cloud9 finishing out Club African on the bottom side of this fight. In Insider, I think you can really speak to the issue of getting into that zone as that border does close in behind them, because they have above that hillside a lot of flat space to get, and I don't think they have the vehicles there to push deep in onto that zone. So phase 5 is going to be a tricky spot for them, as they're even S4 continuing Snakes to struggle. Also, as we said, stuck between those multiple teams down in Ferry Pier.
Well, it is going to be a tough play to make, right? We can see Rick, who we spoke to just recently, now just trying to scope it out, looking quite cautiously. And it's Zenful over on towards Nagato, does pick up the trade. Great play coming in there for YT, as we can see the teams now starting to drop like flies, as we've lost quite a few teams. We are currently sitting on only 9 teams remaining, 27 players spread out, strewn across the battlefield here. But look at this. Up comes YT, looking for another potential play to be making, as 47 machines also make their way on off back into that lobby. But of course, AKM quickly getting tending to their wounded, as we see Rio pretty low, popping up that med. But now they're going to try and hold on to the position. A lot of positioning changes coming through, as we can see the teams up towards the north, up towards that southern side as well, just trying to get themselves situated in the zone.
In AKM, they've got a fantastic position here behind the vehicles, but they need to push in further. That position held, but further in on that zone, it is flat and open, dangerous territory. And C9 there, unfortunately, are struggling, are falling, but is it fast enough? Is there Insider also in the backside? Young Thunders striking back again, and Insider have nowhere to run in between these two squads, as they are stuck in down between the Jeep, between the tree. A rock and a hard place indeed.
Yeah, rocking a hot play is not a position you want to be in at this point of the match, but it is going to be pretty tough play to make whichever way. Matrix Zeke now just trying to huddle down, trying to stay alive as long as they possibly can, but they are going up against YT. Of course, those nades coming in right from behind them, so they're going to be super cautious as to how they take these approaches. The players there from Glitch team really trying to make it so dang difficult for anyone to get out of a potential play here. But now up comes Stop, looking to put a stop to someone along the way. Will they get it done? Nope. Instead, Stop gets stopped in their tracks. And with that, it is a little bit of a detrimental run, and quite the disruption being brought in there by Tornado.
In there, yes, you see those teams starting on the backside, and you cannot step your head up. Unfortunately, AKM and Luca now has to stay down. Cloud9 on the backside, also still their Glitch on the front side too. Young Thunder's all the way on the other end as well. Lag, even a position over Luca. I don't think there's much to be done as phase 6 will close down. AKM will be a lot longer as well. 6 eliminations will be all they will grab. Is down further forward, you are now looking towards, can Luca upset the rest of Cloud9 coming in? You see the smoke road being laden down. It is now a desperation path, a moment to run now for C9 as they step further forward. They move into the smokes, but Luca trying to reposition cannot do so as C9 put them down onto the ground. And now this space opened up for C9 a little bit more, but they still have to get in onto this zone.
Yeah, they still have to get in, but look at this now. Lag just trying to bring in a little bit of dominance there as they pick up Hello from RTG. Now let's see what is going to come through. Zero keeping that off-angle position. They already have that one anchor point set up by 1-9, but this is going to be the opportunity for Lag now to try and strengthen their play there as Berserk 2 gets picked it up, but up comes a quick play, and with that Zero picks it up, and it is going to be the end of the road for RTG. Great run coming in for Lag. Already 5 eliminations to their name. As you can see, Berserk currently down for the count, but still within a race distance.
A beautiful snipe down through from Zero to strike to double elimination to keep their YT. Also Lag into the game. It's still Lag. They're in a little bit of a hard place, so still. Zero, yes, they get themselves back into the zone. But that zone now closing already once again. Italy haven't got information to settle down safely. Is only the tree line. The smokes that are saving here. Even Glitch is another 2 knocks beside him. Tornado, the only one here to step further forward. Makes now the revive. The smoke will protect him for now. No one willing to fire through just yet, as the rest of Glitch will follow up later. A beautiful revive back onto Fragboy. Gets all back together. But Glitch now need to continue further. It's phase 7. Where will it go here, DK?
Oh, I mean, it's such a difficult one, but of course, it takes a move further up in towards the northeastern side, putting a lot of pressure now onto the players there from C9. As you can see, 2 knocks already come their way. Now down to their final contender. It is a great position coming in here from 1-9, though, having a great vantage point. Not quite sure whether or not they'll be able to spot the final Cloud9 player from this position, but they've got to be super cautious of Whitey and the players there from Glitch still positioned on them. But this is where things are going to get pretty messy as the teams, of course, now. Only a few seconds left on the clock before that blue zone starts closing on through once again. And it is going to be a rush out into the open. And, I mean, the first player to budge could also be the first one to get taken out.
Well, C9, they have been reduced down to the solo. Wari's the only one left. And now Young Thunder is also stepping up. But they cannot push as heavily as they would like down onto Lag. Zero almost goes zone now. And as a zone closes in, it's going to create a lot of problems here. As there's no time to find the revives back up. No time to find the help either for Cloud9. Neither Lag go. It's silenced down by Glitch. It is a final duo fight between Glitch and Young Thunders. In Young Thunders, we spoke to them stepping out onto the battleground. They said a wrangle was their favorite game here, DK. And they are making a statement. Is a drive on in into Fragboy and roll them over, but Glitch, will they be belled? Yes, they will, and Moster goes down as well. And Young Thunders only now have Killua, the last sole survivor to step through, but Young Thunders, they're all over him. Down Rick, Mystery, the final 2 for them as well to step through into the zone, but they are playing it patient. They don't want to rush too far in. They're making the smart revive move, but they don't need to. Monster is down, and Rick, the final one to clean it up. All 7 kills for Rick. We interviewed him earlier, and what a statement that Rick has made, and the rest of Young Thunders in that first game.
Absolutely phenomenal start coming in there from YT Gaming. I mean, a good way to kick things off. As we said, right, the teams have to come into this first match swinging. And we did see that approach coming in from a lot of these teams. So a very satisfying start and a great way to kick off the PMCO finals.
It is a beautiful way to kick us off in the first game, and I think Young Thunder is a beautiful game for them. They said, as we say, Erangel was their favorite game of the day to really be able to step out and show what they are made of. And I think I wasn't really expecting as the performance as they really did, but it's especially down to not only the elimination potential that they were able to grab, but also the positioning that they had coming into those final zones was really beautiful and stuff.
Yeah, I have to agree with you on that one, but it's no surprise, right? As we said before, they were able to finish in 4th position in the previous PMCO. So we're really seeing a lot of growth coming through as the teams make their way out on towards the battlefield. But of course, we don't want to see this only coming from the players of YT Gaming. We want to see everyone else stepping up to the challenge. We want to see RTG, we want to see the players there from Rilla Insider, all the returning teams, as well as the new faces. We want to see them absolutely flourish. And of course, they have a great selection of maps to do that on.
Yeah, indeed. So I'm really looking forward to, I think now, can Young Thunders keep this momentum up, right? We've seen them now have a dominant performance on Erangel. We expected them to have a dominant performance on Erangel based on what we heard. But now can he do the same on Miramar? Because Miramar is a totally different beast. And I am curious, can they replicate that type of skill on a totally different map, as we say? But I think also to head back even towards that Erangel map, being also at, I think, late stepping out and being a team that we didn't really expect was going to come out with as much fluence and prowess here that we saw them be able to play. And I think definitely a position strongly held by them, rightfully so, coming into those forests in the final moment.
Yeah, some pretty exciting plays coming through there, of course. Now, speaking about exciting plays, Wolf, we also are going to be making our way into a little bit of a break just to, you know, get everything reset and ready for that second match.
Yes, indeed we are. We're going to be jumping into a break, and we'll be back with you in a second.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Look at my shine with the glow. This is my time with it though. This is my time to be way at the top. Me and my guys gon' pay out the block. I don't look like boss. Time's right, and I know they see us walking in the limelight. Promise you gon' wanna watch like a sci-fi. My guys are high risers, high tide. My crown if you come to my side. I pledge allegiance for lifetime. My squad connected like Wi-Fi. We grind and you see the highlights. This my life. It ain't a game now. Me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way. You wasn't invited. Say you come to play. I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me. Then step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Game now, me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way, you wasn't invited. Say you come to play. I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me. Then step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way.
Yes, hello, my name is Ahmed. My in-game name is Africa, and I play with the Forest team, Africa region. Actually, my name Africa came from because I was born in Africa, and I'm from Africa, so I just chose this name because it was unique, and I thought it was unique. Nobody had it. Placement, we got the second, which is I think is good for the teams we had. We had like a lot of good teams. They worked hard for it also, and we did the same thing. We just worked hard. My expectation is high, so because we did a lot of work, we worked a lot, played a lot of scrims for like 2 months at least before the PMCO, 3 months, because the team was new. But I expect us to get at least top 3, because that's what we deserve. Yeah, our favorite map is Erangel, Milta. This is our favorite drop stop because it gives us like an advantage of rotations. So it will be easier for us to cross the bridge, and at the same time it will be easier like to go to the center of the map and draw rotations. One of the things I think my supporters didn't know is the work we did behind the scenes, like the scrims, the problems we had, all of that. I didn't think they knew about this. I hope everyone is ready and you work hard well, because we're coming for you. One thing I want to say to my supporters and people playing against us, I hope you're ready. خليكم جاهزين والفاينل علينا إن شاء الله. I think Mikey, because he's the ideal, and I think he will know a lot of stuff about survival and stuff like that.
Welcome back, everyone, here to the PUBG Mobile Snapdragon Pro Series by PMCO. My name is Wolf, joined by DK. As we jump onto the best Oppo moments of game number 1 here, is a thriller, DK, to jump us in onto our first game of the competition. And I think Glitch were no match for the Young Thunder's powerhouse performance coming into this first game.
Yeah, it was a really strong performance coming in there from Young Thunder, but of course, right, we cannot miss the performance coming in from Glitch as well. As we can see, currently, before they managed to finish it up, they finished strong on those 8 elims coming into them as well. So a pretty good run across the board from all the teams, but we want to see more of that, and that kind of momentum now continuing forward as we are getting a little bit closer to that Miramar action.
Indeed, Miramar is the next match, and it's going to be a really hot and spicy one for these squads. Show us what they can do on the Desert Dunes. Into that, I think we do have to speak back towards not only Young Thunders, as we say, taking a fantastic amount of eliminations, and also the chicken dinner, 7 eliminations for Rick alone, and they're followed for by their teammates. But I think also you are looking towards teams like Glitch now, and Glitch team as a whole. Can they continue their own performance, keeping up the momentum to second place? Because, as we know, it's not all about the top 1, it's the top 3 they go through in the competition at the end of our 10 games.
Yeah, I mean, definitely it is going to be a thing to keep an eye on, that seeding, right? So the teams definitely want to make it through in towards the PMNC for Africa 2022. But as we know, a great start coming into this first match, and we are going to be moving into those leaderboards pretty soon. But of course, speaking about that, right? And I've said this already, the teams coming in with a strong representation, strong presence out on towards the field. I didn't really get the feeling of the teams being too nervous. As we know, they've already played against each other coming through all those group stages. And I mean, coming from the insane amount of teams we had participating in the in-game qualifiers, right, it's quite a performance and quite an impressive one to see 16 teams make it out to this position once again. So in my mind, these teams are very well deserving of being here, but now I want to see them showcase their talent, showcase their abilities, and, you know, just give us some pretty exciting PUBG action.
And I think also a fantastic performance, not only by our top teams, but also there by C9, Rawi, stepping up. And I think really those 3 eliminations and do not directly translate to the work that was done by Arari on that 1300 damage by their teammate, and by their teammate alone here, in to survive so long coming into the end of that first match. I think Arari definitely going to be one of these players that we have to look out for is, can the rest of the team follow up behind them and that damage done? Because definitely is a playmaker here for them, but I didn't think that we saw the Cloud9 that we could have potentially seen, and we hope to see now coming on to Miramar.
Yeah, it's great to highlight a few of the players as we progress on through. I mean, definitely there's a lot of potential that can be still improved on, right? And that's the beauty of this phase in their road to becoming a professional player, right? Is they've got this opportunity where they can step out and they can really hone their skills. And I mean, this is such a great chance for the teams to do exactly that.
As well as the leaderboard, though, to check out where Cloud9 and also the rest of these teams have stepped up after our first match. YT Gaming, no surprise with their phenomenal performance. They come out in the first place position, 26 points and those 11 eliminations as we spoke of. But they're also Glitch Team Lag following up closely behind them. In Cloud9, there's, we also mentioned the MVP Orari coming up clutch for that 4th position in those 16 points overall. And I think really here it's now down to some of these other teams. So can these squads like 4Rush, can 2R Rebels really get on the board coming into Miramar? Because it wasn't a fantastic performance that they had maybe hoped for.
I mean, it's okay. It's okay. It was only the first match out of the 10. But moving into the second match, it's not okay anymore, right? They really have to step up to the challenge, as we know, right? They don't have as many opportunities here to really try and rectify any small mistakes or so. But, of course, looking at the first page, we had some really heavy hitting performances coming in. Looking at the second page, I mean, Snake still doing a really valiant effort, right?
Yeah.
Putting in those 3 eliminations. But now we got to see how that all then translates moving in over onto Miramar. As we know, Miramar is a map that is a lot more open to those long-range engagements, as well as some of those tactful sneaks up, utilizing the terrain.
Yeah, I think also positioning is something these teams really going to have to really watch out for in Miramar. And I would echo actually Snakes again to say that I really loved their position coming through on that lighthouse and having Jura up there. They're also Alpha stepping over towards Ferry Pier. I think it was a slightly later rotation that really hindered him, because a lot of those other teams also jumped in to try and make that later rotation as well. And I think had Snakes been slightly more prepared and I think slightly more adaptive in that position earlier on, they could have definitely held that position out a lot stronger and been able to move up potentially towards that first half of the leaderboard after that first match overall. But also, I think realistically, you are now looking at some of the other positions of these teams. Can they also have that type of same performance? And I think you see it from teams also like Cloud9, like also YT, and they're also glitched out of that first game. But there were a lot of mistakes, I think, in terms of positioning. And I actually think that you talk back towards Num in that beginning fight really around North Georgia Pole and also Severny, where they were so split and he just got run over by a Cloud9 earlier.
Yeah, I mean, that was a little bit of a oops coming in there, right? We could say a oof or whatever you want to call it. But ideally, you don't want to have such much. Yes, you don't want to have such much of a separation coming in, with my very delicious English coming through there. But I gotta agree, that is not the kind of position you want to play. Had they decided to stick the whole team up in towards Severny, we could have maybe seen a little bit more from them surviving into those later few phases. But as we did see, right, the teams took about 14 minutes before we had our first team officially getting sent away, and I'm excited to see what the teams are going to be bringing in, moving in towards Miramar.
Yeah, also what these players at home and these fans at home think with our Twitch predictions coming in for the second game here. And of course, you can at home use the hashtag Snapdragon Pro Series to get involved in on that Twitch and at YouTube chat at your own screens, and tell us which of your teams you are really rooting for. And I think realistically here, it's got to be definitely Young Thunder right up on the top for that momentum. Can they carry that, as we say, in onto the second game? Can they show us a holistic performance, or are Young Thunders just a one-trick wonder?
Well, I definitely say we could be expecting a holistic performance from them, right? They've proved themselves in the previous PMCO, and this time around, they don't have the teams that if ended up ahead of them, you know, really to contend against. From the previous PMCO, they were the team that ended the highest from the returning team. So it does create a certain expectation, and I know that you know, from watching them over other events, that they have the capability of maintaining a cool head and, you know, keeping up the expectations.
Look, if they can keep that up, that's what we want, as we will be surely heading in onto Miramar. And I think all of these 16 teams definitely a lot to show, particularly those down on the bottom of the leaderboard definitely have to step up though on this game. It is realistically getting out of the bottom of the pack here for these squads. And is there any teams as well, other than our favorites, you are really looking out for to push now, DK?
I would definitely say a team like 4Rush, for instance, right? We did see in a few of the clips leading into the start that they have had a pretty great performance, but we want to see that now showcased out on the field. And who knows, maybe Miramar could be the map in which we see that exact performance coming through from them.
Look, 4Rush, they've got a lot to prove, but I think also for 4Rush in particular, they have to watch out on their players, because as we mentioned, yes, they had the highlight reels back before in the previous stage, but they saw actually in that first match, they were one of the first teams to lose a player, and that definitely hindered their ability coming further in onto that first game, and I think definitely hindered the ability for them to move further in onto those future games. But I think also realistically here, DK, you are looking at not just 4Rush, but some of these other teams to make those more forward positions. I think we saw a lot of very standardized movement from these teams in that first match. Very simple. We move across the middle of a angle. We get towards the eastern side, through the edge of Pachinki, and nothing really too fancy. Whereas I think if you look towards more of the top level series of PMPLs and even those international tournaments, you are looking at teams making those northern rotations, making those southern bridge rotations, and as we said, maybe it's something that they don't do early on, because it is a lot more timing, it is a lot more teamwork and synergy involved, and knowing the rest of the positions in these teams' lobby. But I would like to see a little bit more of spice, a little bit of variation from these squads.
Well, we'll get a lot of that moving up in towards Miramar. Now, Wolf, this is where I want to ask you, right? Moving into Miramar, what are we hoping for with regards to zone, right? We know that we've got a plethora of options as to where that zone could be going, right? What would we like to see? A nice zone or a little bit more of a challenging phase?
Okay, so I'm going to channel my inner Tarzan from above, and we're going to say, well, Professor Tarzan, if he's watching, he always loves to go towards that more oasis. So we've never had an oasis finish. I've had an island finish, okay, down towards the side, but I've not had an oasis finish. I want to find it out on that northern side.
Well, I'll be right there with you on that one. I also want to see a little bit of that, that northern insanity coming through from the teams. And as we know, we are going to be making our way into our match over on towards Miramar. So there's not going to be much left for us, right? We are going to be seeing what that flight path will be bringing, and also where that first initial zone is going to be taking these teams.
Indeed, as we are going to be jumping into that second game shortly, as we say. There is a short delay, but it means we get to talk a little bit about these teams, of course, a bit more. And I think also, as we said, those linear rushes, those linear straight through pass, are we then, if we see another zone, DK, that does go towards one side, maybe towards the city, maybe towards that more northern side of Miramar, as we say, oasis finish? I'm hoping for it. Are we really looking at these teams, again, making that very linear type of movement?
Well, that sounded quite linear, but now this time around we get to see where exactly everyone's going to be making their way through. Of course, we are starting down in towards that southwestern side, heading over towards Oasis. So at least the flight path is taking us towards Oasis. We'll have to wait for that zone to pop in to see where we are going to be heading. But for now, the teams have the opportunity to get themselves situated and make their way on through. Another team that I'm also going to be hoping that will step up in this match is going to be Reliant Cider, right? They had a great run coming in on towards that very first E-Wrangle. As we did see on the board, they also were able to pick up 7 eliminations, or was that 8? No, 7 eliminations, yes. So again, they're showing their competence, but now they got to replicate, build momentum, and just push through beautifully over on Miramar.
I think Miramar is another beautiful plane path. I like that it ended up in Oasis. The plane is speaking to me, is speaking to the inner with Professor Tarzan combo with Oasis there. The zone just has to go up to the northern side. I believe it can do so. I'm waiting for it because if it doesn't go towards that northern side, we could argue that it could be rigged against me, and that would not be acceptable. Instead, it taunts me. It flaunts its ability that it could have gone to Oasis. Oh, instead it goes towards the northern side, but just to the edge of it. Unfortunately, we're not going to get the Oasis finish, but we are going to get a very exciting finish, I think, towards that northern end of Tor Armada. In Cruz de Val, actually, that more southern side, those hills, basically the center of that first phase zone. Now, a lot of movement for these teams to do, and I always want to go straight back to that point of, as we do see that fight, of course, between Ju and also Glitch. Can these teams navigate effectively through to that northern side?
Oh, well, we're going to find out, right? Because looking at Chumacera, there's a lot of positions to be played here, a lot of angles for these teams really to try and utilize. Of course, speaking about utilizing, right? The players there from Snakes just utilizing the fact that in the early game, no one really has any armor to defend themselves, and they do pick up a very comfortable trade right there. But, of course, we did see Duo getting knocked right on down. So they are in a little bit of a worrying position, not the most comfortable spot to be in. But they'll be able to make a bit of a bounce here, as we also have the players from the 47 machines then just on the opposite end. And this does seem to be El Pozo, so the players are in a position where they can really utilize all the buildings, well, you know, to their heart's content.
I think for El Pozo as well, it's going to be a very slow fight. I'm not expecting, even though we do lose one of Law early on as our first player for the 47 machines, it is disappointing, but I don't think anything's really going to be able to follow up. Is even more realistically, I think skirmishing of elimination should happen. I think it's just also the fact that these teams maybe haven't done as much homework as maybe we're expecting, and that's why we are getting a couple of hot drops, a couple of contestants of these squads really fighting against each other. Of course, another one here of the Blood Brothers still finding even a little bit of a skirmish here between what looks like a very split enemy opposition. Matador making a very slow approach, and I like this as they do go in one by one. No finding there's a support, but Matador has it all under lockdown. Their Blood Brothers strike their first elimination too.
Yeah, I mean, no surprise really to see these early engagements come through. But, you know, it really builds some great momentum for the teams. But this is where the Blood Brothers now need to show us their synergy, because they are going up against players there from Cloud9. And as we know, Cloud9, previous match round, they were able to pick up those 4 eliminations. Yes, they were one of the earlier teams to get sent back, but maybe this could be an opportunity now for the players here from Blood Brothers to maybe build up a little bit of a run here, right? We know they came into that 10th position, finishing on about, well, they picked up 1 elimination. So far, they have kind of
They're
met
on par.
the performance. Yes, they're right on par. All they got to do now is just pick up 1 more. Then they've already gone past that, and you know what's one more than par? That's a birdie, right?
Ooh,
they could have picked.
I like that.
Be picking up a birdie.
But
yeah.
could they get an eagle? That's what we're really looking for. Can they get the extra 2 at a Club African, or can they get the squad wipe, really? It's Club African, they're not going to be straight on out of there. They don't want anything to do with this fight, though. They've already lost 1 member, and unfortunately also a little bit of skirmishing does end up in Ju also losing 1 down to Glitch. Is there a second knock onto Ju? Glitch strikes down again, and I think as you can see on that elimination feed, yes, Ju are going to be in some trouble as well, up towards more of that, should I say Chumacera side.
Yeah, speaking about Chumacera, right, we did see a little bit of a congestion coming in, or potential contention coming into San Martin as well, but now we have the players here from Glitch still looking to assert a bit of dominance up in towards Chumacera. As we know, we've got Dew right here with them, and it's about due time for these fights to break out and for this conclusion to come on through. As we know, Blue Zone is making its way on in, and it's seeming like a little bit of a cat and mouse game here, trying to find that last contender.
Wow, Glitch, they are slowly coming in, and I like that they collapse together there. Together, they are able to eliminate Ju in another unfortunate game. Only 1 elimination scored by Ju. Club African also falling down. They seem to be on a chase there. Is Cloud9 the ones to pick down Club African again? And it's the same teams are falling down for a second game. And definitely going to be the mental state, something these teams have to think about in that off time now, Miramar, to reevaluate themselves coming back into a wrangle in the future.
Yeah, but I mean, this is definitely where the teams need to kind of, change up the drop locations, right? Especially in the early game, you don't want to be in too much of a contended play, right? You want time to go about your looting business, and this is where things are sometimes a little bit tough for these teams, right? They do happen to land right on top of each other, and it results in some amazing early game action, but it's not really beneficial for the team. To want to try and see them make it through into those later phases, coming in with a strategic approach. But for the time being, the teams have definitely started to spread themselves out a considerable amount, right? As we can see, some beautiful plays coming in. Lag, of course, bringing in a humongous 2-2 split all the way up in towards Al Azahar and Torre Ahumada.
And I love that early rotation coming through from Lag. It gets them, yes, a slightly later position in the looting stage, but they are going to have all of that loot to themselves up into Armada and Al Azahar. Of course, the playing path didn't go as close really towards the northern side. It was much more towards the western beginning southern playing path that we saw. So all of these teams, rightly so, the congestion happening elsewhere in the map. In that congestion, that fight potentially really going to be occurring later, I think, around these main roads. And coming into half the end of the pattern, one of these core locations, I think also towards Graveyard being the other location on that map, where, DK, I think we're going to see a lot of these teams really start to cluster in and control these positions, mainly because of the high ground value that these positions provide coming into the edge of that first phase zone, and as phase 2 begins to evaluate itself in.
Yeah, I have to agree with you on that one, and it's gonna be interesting to see how the teams kind of take their approaches to that, right? But for the time being, looking at our lovely blue zone that we've got here, the players from Glitch just out there, sipping on some blue, getting ready to roll on through. Meanwhile, the players coming from the side of Nuclear, they're also situated pretty close to the Graveyard, I believe this is, as we see Omar just quickly making sure that they are in a good position. Again, not a bad spot for them to be in, right? A good vantage point, particularly there for Omar, as we have the rest of the team looking to get themselves situated. And this also does actually seem like Minas Generales, if I'm being 100% honest. But of course, the teams continue now to make their way further and further through this phase. Few teams still trying to get ahead of that blue wave, but as we see up in San Martin, could be a few players coming in, but another nice shift coming in from the zone, heading even further up in towards that northeastern position.
Shouldn't be too much of an issue, though. I think the first phase is not really going to be too much of a scare for these teams to come in. It is just going to be a little bit of a tickle on the back for these players, but I think coming further, as you do look into that second phase, it has gone quite north. So these teams, yes, we talked about happy end of the pattern. That is still going to be a location of these teams, particularly that of Snakes also coming in from that more western side of Miramar. They're definitely going to be looking at that location. I'm also really looking towards actually Junkyard. Now, Junkyard Hills, we mentioned that was the center of the zone. Now, also going to be another hotly contested location. I think particularly to that very high hill just below Al Azahar there, on the edge of that southern and eastern point of the zone, is going to be definitely a location I think the 4R are definitely going to be looking for, and I think those teams coming from Impala are definitely going to be fighting for, because they do have that access to it. Now, Num, the other one there in Impala, they are a little bit slow, I think, on this rotation, and 4R, as a result, should get there first, so it does make it a little bit trickier, and Num, I would argue, as a result of this, are likely going to want to move slightly further towards the center of the zone, and maybe control that Junkyard side that we said is still going to be pretty valid coming into the second phase.
Yeah, I mean, there's still a little bit of trekking to do here for the teams, and Num are going to find themselves in a little bit of a tricky position as we right on the edge of this blue zone, starting to move on through, but it does seem like they've got their stuff at least figured out, with a few elims now starting to light up that feed, as it is going to be Young Thunder going up against the players there from the Blood Brothers. And with that, we quickly transition now over onto Cloud9, as they are heading a little bit further on towards that eastern position. But also looking at Rebels Rage, they are playing from all the way on that western edge of the zone. Some nice range engagements coming through, and it was some really good quality, right, if I have to say them so myself.
Still, I think now at the end of the battle on, really can we see the rest of 2 control this, and I think the quality here, the rest of the squad gonna have to really, if they aren't going to control it, they seem to be leaving this location to go further into the zone. Now, this is a possibility, but I think this certainly, with zones like this, DK, it is going to be a slightly slower one for these teams. We are seeing a lot of skirmishing early on, but as these skirmishes do fly to an end, it is quality flying also over the... You're going to definitely see these teams need to fight for these positions. And 47 already losing out. And there's a beautiful shot through from Rashid, actually punishing 47 for closing in onto this position. And that's going to definitely allow them to push towards the center of this zone. Opposite the roadside, there still remains the rest of these 47's players. But I aren't really looking at that fight really being something that they're going to want to engage on. Is much more about establishing your position now, utilizing that information, and then coming slowly over that ridge line and keeping, meanwhile, a control on behind you, because it's behind these players in on towards the center of that zone that they are in. And we talked about squads like Snakes coming further too, that they're going to have to watch further out for.
Yeah, definitely there's a lot to watch out for, right? So really have to try and play this as strategic as you possibly can. But what I like to see now is RTG and Rilla and each other with Mons just peeking over that ridge line, and we could maybe see them moving elsewhere. Not quite sure whether or not they actually spotted those players just on the side of them. But it does seem like Rilla also getting themselves mobilized, rolling on through. As we see Zeke just off in the distance. Maybe they are going to be rushing up over towards the drop, as we have Mons now just popping out of the vehicle. Not quite sure if they spotted any movement. As we can see, Rilla Insider continuing a little bit further forward. Curious to see where the rest of the team of Rilla is, though, right? We've got Zeke right here. Ooh, there we go. The rest of the team just rolling up right behind them. And of course, they are already situated up in towards the zone. Pretty sure this is not going to be their final destination. I'm hoping to see them line themselves up a little bit further on, as we do see a few other engagements coming in as the teams are still starting to trickle towards the zone.
A nasty third phase zone though. Tierra Bronca gonna be the zone here for these players. You can see like they're already establishing themselves a position, but they've got no players up. Insider are deleting them down. Is there Rebels Rage also to as we say, is taking up the first airdrop of the matches, and unfortunately for them, airdrop was also close to the side of Lag, and that is why Lag Bear split apart are falling apart now. Only really Fantasy there inside the zone for Tierra Bronca. Yes, it is a good position, but as a solo, unable to really hold that. They are going to need, I think, Fantasy to come back as a squad to try survive and keep themselves up as Lag. They are being pushed down by Insider.
Oh, yep. Now it's going to be that opportunity for a little bit of that push to come on through, as it is a few beautiful nades now getting cooked up. It is Coco getting taken right on down. The rest of the team rushing on forward, but right up behind them, you can see the players from Rebels Rage looking to come through with a few of those third-party angles as well. Berserk lighting up anything and everything they can, just sending out those smokes to put up some pretty good coverage for the team to try and play around. But it's still a little bit of a spread out play. As you pointed out, Fantasy already being situated much further away, and a good decision, a good call being made here by Lag.
Yeah, I definitely agree with Lag. If they're going to keep Fantasy on this position of Tierra Bronca, need to move away. You can see also Lag Fantasy is in another fight of their own, as RTG of all teams are coming up for Tierra Bronca's strong position inside of this third phase. Fantasy has to delay it, has to make a slow fight here to allow the rest of the other members of Lag to come up to support, and that's why you see the utility being thrown for now, not really pushing up to go for the initial knock onto the RTG members. Worried that if they do fall down, RTG then control that high ground and the rest of Lag cannot move forward.
Yeah, it's going to be absolutely essential now, and it does seem like Lag is really starting to spread them out, just really utilizing what this kind of position is allowing them to do. But now the contention comes through as both RTG and Lag are staying quite steady on their positions. No one really looking to get themselves overextended or unnecessarily exposed But up comes a little bit of a push here from Fantasy, now looking to bring in a little bit of that justice. Of course, the shots just raining on down with that. Fantasy gets knocked right down. Of course, 1-9 on the opposite end, looking for that opening, that approach. We see Hello ready to greet them as they come sneaking around the edge. Zero keeping a watchful eye just on the back end here. But, I mean, so this is where Lag needs to decide whether or not they want to try and maybe flank RTG, or are they just going to come through with a full frontal rush in towards them?
I think they're trying that, and you can see with RTG as well. They are trying to flank this position, but their core actually won out. Now, we use Fantasy. They've broken down the central line of Lag's defense, and now we're trying to take down one side. And I like this push for 3-man onto 1. They find not even a 1-for-1 trade. 1 goes down. Now Zero also stepping forward, steps out for a 1v1. Gun a little bit slow on the draw down, but takes down action anyways, and Zero will find a 1-for-1 in return, but here comes the rest. It's a 2-for-2 trade so far, 2-for-3. Actually, Zero is the only one left. Tries to go for the elimination point onto 1, but cannot get it. Hello is there to greet him over the top of the hill and says goodbye to Team Lag.
Yep, a very unfortunate play coming through there, but you know, that is what we love to see, the teams really making it super challenging. And of course, speaking about challenging, it is going to be a difficult run here for No Cry to get themselves situated back in towards the zone. Up ahead is the team there from YT, and they could come thundering down. We also see Panda just positioned off to the side, but with that, Panda now strikes right down on towards Rick, so YT needs to be super careful in this position, as they could maybe have a tough run here, but who knows? No Cry could be a bit of a saving grace. No, instead, Nagato sneaks one in there for the players of the Blood Brothers.
Oh, it was a disaster. They walk in unawares, get struck down. Now it's all up to Rebels Rage as well, in their own fight versus not only Cloud9 in the distance, but even more around them, and it's a horrible position for Rebel Rage. They need to find some way, somewhere to push. They've lost the vehicles, and now here is the rest of S4. Move further down, further in onto the fight, looking for leader for the flank, but a 1v1 isn't there. Rashid falls down, Quality goes down, Caster blowing up in the face, and it's a 3v1, and it's disaster for Rebels Rage. Pre-fire stepping up for the side of S4, but they aren't done yet. YT, Young Fun is still in the distance.
That was what you call a disaster, Caster, right there. I mean, that was a beautiful play coming in, though, gotta say. But now, look at this, though. I mean, Snake's already sitting on 8 eliminations. They are just going absolutely insane. I mean, Pre-Fire sitting on half of that for the team. So pretty strong representation coming in here from the players of Snakes. But we see that vehicle now also taking a few hits. They got to be cautious. Still a lot of teams held up in the vicinity, so this is where the challenge comes in, right? How are these teams going to try and rotate on through, as we do see Alpha coming in with that M24 and the M4, looking for a little bit of a reach onto Trip, and with that, Trip now has to take a lovely trip right back into the lobby.
Oh, just stop, TK. The dad jokes. Is this going to be like the one that we get per game? So we've had one on Orangle, now we have one on Miramar. Am I safe to breathe from the dad jokes?
Yeah, you're safe. You're safe.
Whew, I hope so. Oh, the dad jokes, they're going to be the enemy here, DK. I mean, it's like having Max Man on the cast, really is. But it's DK instead here, from the African region, stepping up. DK, I'm glad to have you here still, regardless of how many dad jokes you may be stepping out with. Is Snakes, they are going to slide their way further up onto the hill, though, and step further in onto the fight, possibly here with Young Thunders over the hill. They are taking a slow approach, I say that, but Alpha is going in, Leader is going in, they are looking for the potential position, Pre-Fire is there to follow up, and they find the extra shots down, but it's no knocks, no beginnings of a fight just yet. It's only little bits of damage here and there.
Yeah, and those little bits of damage, I mean, they don't seem to be doing much, right? But it does actually start adding up as time progresses, right? As you know, the opposing team really has to start tending to their wounded players, need to get those meds up, and of course, with that, Alpha sends out a quick molly just to apply a little bit of pressure onto YT so they can make a safe rotation. Meanwhile, RTG now having to pack their bags. But with this, Panda looking to reach across once again, spotting out a potential play right there on towards the Blood Brothers as well as YT Gaming.
Blood Brothers, they're really in a horrible position towards the edge of that zone. They're not even in the phase 5 just yet. They need to move further forward, but Nuclear are completely disrupting the side of Blood Brothers' position in their ability to move further in on that total flat ground. But inside this flat open zone, it is Cloud9 who have really only one of two compounds here. Nuclear control the other, and it's these two teams that should have the strength. Now, you have Snakes. They have the edge of this compound that is already controlled by Cloud9. They have the correct entrance in. Velasco's looking for that long nade over the top, but his teams pile further forward. I'm not sure Snakes want to be here. They need to get further in. They are controlling for now. Taxma goes down for Numb. It's a second as Goblin will fall to pre-fire. And the rest of Numb, they may collapse, but can Snakes continue to hold their backline as well as the front?
Oh, it's going to be quite contentious. As we can see, everyone now just starting to rush on forward. Velasco instead now trying to create a little bit of an opening. Does spot Leader up on the hill. Comes in with a beautiful spray, but at the cost of Numb getting eliminated. Off they go, taking that 7th place. Down to 6 teams we go. And as we can see, the zone taking a little bit of a swing back up in towards that northwestern position. So this is where the congestion is going to start coming through once again. We do see AKM also coming in with a very bold rotation, moving in right alongside the players there from Cloud9. But now it's going to be a fight, right, to see who will be able to maintain a strong position coming into this phase.
But look at the eliminations coming through from Snake. 12 already. And looking to join that number, though, is AKM. They take down Cloud9. They launch their attack onto the single member. Velasco has to try find one, but Awari, for all the damage he can do, can he do any more? Yes, he does. He gets down Luca. Now has to continue. Has to find a 1v3. Lays down the smoke road for now. The nade is the extra protection just to defend themselves, but they cannot get further. They cannot survive now as they have to slow further down. They cannot move back to the rest of the team, fearful of other teams like Snakes being able to find the snipe down onto them. Now Snakes also pushing in on the backside, and Cloud9, they are being pinned down into a horrible position in between both of these fights. They look to take one, but they're losing the other. Pre-fire slices down Awari, and there was nothing to be done on that engagement, but Pre-fire holds up strong, refills the HP bar. Alpha using the door as protection as well. Steps further forward. Slowly, further forward they go as Awari taking down. The vision now climb. Upstairs, helpless, making the revive. One, oh, help them. They lose both of them. And Cloud9 eliminated with only 4 eliminations themselves.
Oh, and with that, we go down to only 4 remaining teams. Of course, YT Gaming not going to be making a successful run into that chicken dinner slot once again. But now as we look on towards the players here from Nuclear, we can see them also trying to make a bit of a stand, looking for those openings. But are they going to have any miracles come their way? They're going up against Nagato, who could be reaching across right on towards Omar. Of course, trying to bring in a little bit of that pressure possession. Oh, Nagato being able to evade the nades getting sent on through here from Sakri. But now look at that rage coming in. Oh, both players taking a little bit of damage. Omar trying to get their way back up in towards safety. But with that, Nagato gets traded and down they go. Not before taking down Omar. Of course, the players there from Blood Brothers making their way on back. It is down to the Snakes as well as Nuclear and AKM. But look at the position here, Wolf. I mean, AKM in such a great setup for the zone.
Oh, AKM have a fantastic position here. And AKM, they are looking like they could be the winners here of this second match, but they have to hold this position here. Now, the zone is in their favor. Snakes here are taking a big fight, so they are reduced down to only 2 players. Still, only 2 as well coming from the other end. But AKM, they're allowing these players to walk in onto the zone. And I think AKM being a bit too passive here, not controlling the entrances. They are trying to move and trying to position, but the smokes they have laden down for themselves, DK, has actually blocked the position that allows them to keep an eye on these other teams moving in. And as a result, you see now these squads, these enemies moving closer because they don't have to worry about those windows having a player of AKM behind them.
Yeah, I mean, AKM really not utilizing the position for what it could potentially be doing for them, right? I mean, looking at the position coming in there from Snakes, they've got such a great vantage point to be playing from. And the same, of course, can be said for Nuclear Miracles, as they too now come just inching further and further towards this next phase, the safe zone. But let's see whether or not Alpha will be able to get that suppressive fire locked in as they now get traded on down. It is up to Pre-Fire to make the final rush for Snakes. Oh, in the bush they go and right back to the lobby. It is for Snakes. AKM still holding strong on all three of their players. We can see Foz, Luca, and Rio now starting to advance, getting themselves out of the building, realizing that they cannot really see what is happening around them, as we do have the nades now getting sent across, not reaching up into Nuclear Miracle just yet, but it's going to be a 3v2 engagement in favor of AKM.
AKM, though, still patiently waiting. We don't want to go closer in onto the fight. They want to allow the rest of Nuclear to come towards them. Smart decision still to let Nuclear come further forward. They have still a small ridge, the smallest of ridges for Sakri to hide behind. But Nuclear, they have to step further forward. Yes, they are inside phase 7, but phase 8 continues to favor here AKM. And they have to step up. But when is the right moment together? If they can, but AKM, they are still holding the position in need. The utilities look to be gone. AKM. Still coming further forward though, DK. They are looking to try pushes. The smoke road out, and Sakri has to fall back. Nade out on the side. Finds So One onto AKM, and that's what you're looking for, to take it down to the 2. They find the spray across. Rio down to half HP. Sakri still full and healthy. Still another arc of Nuclear. Sends them both down to dire amounts of HP. But where is Luca from AKM to help in this fight? Luca is inside, but Luca needs to come join them because the outside of AKM is getting pummeled by Nuclear. Is down to 1 again, but this time the revive came through. The healer's there. Gus traded 1 for 1, and it's down to the solo bolo between Sakri and Luca. Luca steps out finally, but can they step up for the team? Sakri going lower, but Luca is the one who falls, and Nuclear take the win.
Yeah, absolutely great play coming in there from the players of Nuclear Miracle. Great run. I mean, just holding strong there. And I mean, what a surprising finish. All right, I was expecting the position there for AKM to work out in their favor, but unfortunately, things didn't exactly go the way they'd hoped. And what a great run that was for Nuclear, coming in with a very well-deserved winner chicken dinner.
Look, Nuclear, they played it well. I think as that 2 versus 3, massive mistakes so through from AKM to allow those teams like Nuclear to get further forward, to, yes, pressure down Snakes, but you smoked your position onto Nuclear, which really allowed them to come up to the position where they could actually fight. They were in nade range to actually throw their own utility back on or so to AKM. So really, I think for AKM, that late game, not their finest hour, but they still come up at least with that second position. They still were able to make a fight happen. Unfortunately, though, they didn't utilize those numbers. They didn't utilize the positional advantage that they had.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely would have liked to see a little bit of a stronger play coming through there from AKM. You know, let's just blame it on nerves or whatever. Or maybe it's just, I don't know, whatever. Yeah. It could be anything, but we'd love to see them really improving that as they progress through the remaining matches that we still have lined up for today.
Look, it's definitely a lot more matches for AKM to be able to come up for and be able to fight for those points. We jump into a break before we head into our next Wrangle match. Back with you with all the best of the moments.
Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast, I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'm a work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them and only get better.
Welcome back, everyone, here to the Snapdragon Pro Series by PMCO. Of course, myself, Hanwolf, and DK jumping back onto the screen once more. DK, we've just come back off of a very spicy Miramar match where it was none other than the nuclear duo stealing the show against AKM to take that second chicken dinner. Now, definitely mistakes were made, as we said, by AKM, but as we will get to look later in those Oppo best moments, and I really look forward to see just a little breakdown of how actually AKM here, TK, lost that battle in between their nuclear.
Yeah, it'd be great to see those plays come through just to see kind of where that situation kind of developed from. But, I mean, one thing from what we saw there was the amount of smoke grenades that they sent out,
Yes.
right? It worked great for hiding their position, but it also hit their own vision. They couldn't see from it, right? It's kind of that situation is like, if I can't see you, it's very good, very likely that you also can't see me. So, you know, not the best strategy to bring on through there. Ideally would have liked them to, you know, kind of maybe pop the smoke and then, you know, sit on the side and see what they can reach from there. But of course, what better way to get a quick sneak preview of that is to look back on the Oppo moment.
I mean, it was really Rose Zachary who came up clutch for Nuclear. That initial knock onto Fars really did hinder the ability of Nuclear to come up strong. I think Rio as well, then also struggling with the revive, tried their best, but then as Rio sacrificed HP to make that revive happen, then also falls down to the knock. And Luca all this time, I think definitely should have been helping. I don't know what really Luca was doing. Maybe it was a miscommunication, of course, as we say, potentially in the camp of AKM members. But I think that really Fars, Rio, they were fighting a 2v2. Luca does come in for the 1v1, but has to try get into a position where Zachary already controls the outside. And as a result, Zachary is able to take that 1v1 as a result.
It's a little bit of a trial and error play coming through here, and you know, all we can look to is to see that improvement for teams building on whatever went wrong in the previous matches. And this is what's so great, right? We said it before, this is kind of a honing position where the teams have that opportunity to go out, see what strategies work, and then look to perfect those as they progress through the matches today. And what better way of doing that than stepping right back onto even more of the Erangel action?
Look, it's Erangel once again. I think we have to keep in mind that there were some phenomenal plays coming through for some of these teams. As we check out the leaderboard of where these players are currently set at after our second game. And Snakes, that 12 kills. Keep in mind, sorry, eliminations, so we say, they were able to make here in onto that first position. And you can see that it was so much about their second match that brings them even there above Nuclear, even with their one chicken dinner that they were able to grab. AKM also, I think, a very pleasant surprise here, stepping up to third and capitalizing on, I think, was what a different story here, DK, on the teams that were making it through the first game to the teams that were doing well in the second.
Yeah, but I just want to double check. You said 12, right? I saw 15, but 15. You know what? It's fine. Let's just say it was a bit of a glitch, right?
12 in the second game.
Of course, we've got the players there from Glitch Team sitting up in pole position. Reliance Cider right there behind them, coming in with their 2 eliminations, with Rebel Rage also on those. Do you know those 1 point for elimination, 1 point for placement? But moving a little bit further down, it was at least teams bringing in points with not being able to find any points. But I mean, at least in the previous match, they were able to pick up at least that 1 point.
Yeah, I'm definitely concerned though for Club African Team Lag. I think Jew as well. These teams all have something similar. There is an issue, and that is that their drop spots, their early game just isn't up to par. I think with some of the rest of these teams, they are definitely not in as great a communication together, and I think that there is still a possibility that they can do well, and I'm excited and I'm apprehensive to see what they could possibly do coming into, I think realistically, that third game. Can they be able to, as a result, have that showing where they break out of the early game, where they're able as then to show us something more in the kills in terms of eliminations, and be able to have a position where they are strong at? Because right now, we've not seen them past the first 5 minutes.
Well, I don't know. Only time will tell. But again, this is the opportunity for teams to see what kind of is working, what isn't working, right? We are seeing a few of those changes come through. As we near the end of the day, we could be seeing a lot more changes coming through from the teams as they kind of look to rectify these small little mistakes that they are making along the way. But that is part of the learning process, right? So I do think, obviously, when we move into the final day, that is where we're going to be seeing a lot more of those performances really being put to good use, and teams really utilizing what they've learned over this first few days. Of course, now looking at our overall leaderboard, this is where things still are looking on the up and up.
Yeah, YT Gaming definitely with that phenomenal first game. We cannot forget Rick stepping up with both 7 eliminations, really looking good on that overall leaderboard, 33. But Snakes, that second game looked so good for them. Sorry, as I said, I can't count. It was 15 there for that second match. It's 18 overall. They did get an extra 3 in that first match. It brings them to those 22 points from their eliminations. But I think I'm not as happy, I think, with some of the other teams that we're really looking for. I mean, yes, we talked about some of these squads at the bottom who need to improve, but I think really as our expected favourite coming into the tournament, RTG Esports, down in that 8th position on that overall first page, was not where I imagined RTG to be after 2 games.
Yeah, I have to agree with you on that one. Also, Rilla Insider, right? That is not where we are accustomed to really seeing them placing on these leaderboards. But as we know, only 2 matches have happened so far, so anything is up on the table. Anything can change still, as the teams have 8 more matches to fight their way on through. Of course, 3 still left for today. And as we said before, of course, next up is going to be a little bit more of that Erangel action. So definitely teams will be presented with yet another opportunity to try and rectify whatever wasn't working out on either the first Erangel or on the previous Miramar.
Look, though, we've got to take out a look at our MVP here, coming in from that second match. None other than, of course, Snakes, and a member of Pre-Fire there. 7 eliminations once more for this player is indeed in 1100 damage done by them. And I think Pre-Fire, overall, not even only in the second game, should I say, but the first one as well, is showing us that in these battles, in these moments of conflict, Pre-Fire has the ability to really step up as that solo carry, has the ability to really put the team on the back, and has the ability to take out squads on their own. We saw it in that second match, particularly in the close quarter combat of those final moments, where that pressure really does make Pre-Fire perform all that much better. Now, it is, as we check out that third match of Erangel, can now these other teams that we expected coming up short already, like RTG, like Rilla, perform in this again Erangel match? Because yes, it's 2 games down, okay, they may have not had a good result, but there's still only 8 games to go. There is not a lot of breathing room that they have left to improve. In those top teams, they're already cementing a position for themselves.
Yeah, definitely starting to cement some really good positions right there. But as we know, the teams have another opportunity. This time around, the flight path is going to be a little bit more towards that southern side. As we can see it starting off towards the Nova Crates and, of course, heading up to just south there of Hospital. So, curious to see where those more northern positions, whether or not they are going to be utilized, whether the teams are going to try and make, the long trek, get themselves situated further up north. I do think that will all be dependent on where this first initial zone kind of appears. But starting it off, the players there from 47, heading straight down in towards the lovely Millie base. So they're going to be in a position where they could, loot at their leisure somewhat. They also have to keep a very watchful eye on the players there from the Snakes, who we have sharing that island with them. But things are looking rather hopeful, especially when it comes to rotating off of this main island.
Still, it's going to be a very difficult zone, though, for these teams once again. A lot of those teams already rotating to that more eastern, so western side, should I say. Use my compass towards the easters. This, I think, first phase zone, particularly difficult for these squads to rotate in now. There is a lot of space, of course, as we say, towards the south bridge, towards the north bridges, as we mentioned last time. Now I think there's a lot more opportunity to do so. That Pachinki edge is already filled up with those teams, and I would love to see 9 rotate through that Yaya bridge. You see even the likes of Glitch move up towards that north too.
Yeah, I mean, there's going to be a lot of options here. We do have a little bit of that congestion coming in towards the western side of the zone. Beautiful change from what we had coming through on the first Erangel, but now the teams have not get them situated, liking the fact that View is heading up towards that position in towards Lipovka. A good starting point, as we can see it is relatively uncontested. Meanwhile, down here in Malta, it is going to be Lag and the players from 4Rush in relative close proximity to each other, but nothing to be too worried about, right? 4Rush will have to be a little bit more attentive when they start rotating out of this position potentially, but I highly doubt that because they are relatively smack dab center zone.
Yeah, I definitely think that 4Rush here, they are going to be one of these teams that, again, have to be careful at the other game. We saw a lot of these skirmishes, I think, early on between the first and the second game, where teams and players, as we repeat, lose members. And as cool as and exciting as it is, it definitely does hinder these players moving further forward on into the game. game, and I think the playmaking ability is something that then players aren't as confident about making when you only have these three, when you only have these two members of your team. How do I rotate? How do I actually make these moves on a player deficit versus these other squads who already have a position potentially over me and already have these player number advantages over us? Now, I really am looking forward to these teams if they do lose out on players early, and I think the team... Africa, Club Africa. I lost the team name there. But Club Africa. I think I had a right idea on that second match. Club Africa, they began to rotate away, right? Yes, they got stopped by Cloud9 very quickly later in that second match, but I think that rotating into those future positions in the zone is definitely something that these squads are going to have to look forward to. And if you can, as a numbers disadvantage, have that extra position on your hand, it makes it a lot easier to control a strong high ground or strong fortified position with two players than it is even as 4 players to try push onto you.
I mean, it's a tough one to make, right? It's a really difficult decision to make as to how exactly you're going to try and make these plays. And again, the teams will find what works best for them. This time around, I mean, looking at the positioning coming in from the teams, definitely center zone is going to be a little bit more on the relaxed side, at least for the first few minutes of this match. As you know, everyone's still trying to get themselves sorted out with the loot, ensuring that they've got a good starting point to work from. But of course, speaking about starting points, we do see a little bit of a potential play that could be developing here between the players from Nuclear Miracle as well as RTG, who we were watching on, who are also then positioned just slightly down towards the southern side. We also then have the players from the Blood Brothers a little bit down towards that southwestern side. So I'm liking the spread from these teams, right? No one really dropping too hot, but still staying in contention with each other.
Yeah, I definitely think that for the side of these teams, they have began to split up a little bit more. You can see these teams beginning to solidify a position in this second Erangel game, particularly a little bit more strongly. I am still worried about these teams making these skirmishes. We haven't seen players drop, at least within the first 5 minutes, so it is a little bit more forgiving. I think it's a lot more happy that we get to see these teams all survive. I'm curious to see in his first rotation. And a lot of these teams still, as we say, to make that first rotation, are we going to see those smart rotations? Or are we going to see those very basic rotations that are going to create a lot of chaos, that are going to allow these other teams who are already inside the zone actually even more time to develop and situate themselves in a position where even if you make it through that congestion in the first phase, how are you going to be able to fight these teams who have been able to get such a strong fortified position, as we say, already in the first phase, in the second phase, to then contest them too?
Well, I mean, it's a tough one, right? I can't really predict the future. I wish I could, because that would be amazing, I guess, to some degree. But looking at what we've got currently on the zone, the players there from Club Africa, we did see them now starting to rotate away from that Primorsk position. But we do have the players there from YT also holding in the vicinity, as well as Num situated down into that region as well. And of course, it is going to be Club African to lay down a little bit of that fire on towards the players here from YT, with Floki being the first one to pick up elimination in this match. And with that, it then means that YT is now down to Mester, and Rick looking to hold strong, but up comes that rush, and now Rick is going to be the lone ranger for the team there of YT.
And Club Africa, a beautiful flank. They tried to force YT into a position that they were uncomfortable, yes, initially, but Thunder, they tried to separate, they tried to make their own positional advantages, but they just hurt them. Club Africa in their YT into a corner, and there was nothing that could be done when you tried to fire on one. I like that Club Africa were there to step up with the teammate to punish and get the trade successfully back down and take down 3 different members of YT Gaming already. And Young Thunder, they are not looking as strong as they were in that first match.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what the kind of situation is there. They also now got themselves caught out in that blue zone. And if we look further up in towards the zone itself, towards this eastern bridge, this is where things are really starting to heat up, right? We've got the players from 47, we've got Lag, We also have Rilla Insider moving on towards that western position. So this is where Lag now will find themselves in a bit of a hot seat, because they are now looking to kind of gatekeep access to this bridge. But so many teams looking into contest this potential rotation, they're going to have their work really cut out for them.
Yeah, I'm really concerned as well here for the position of Lag. I think they don't have to worry too much. 47, they're really not going to be able to contest as much on his position. It is still very much favorable for Lag. You can see the two members on the front line really do control a lot of the positions, but 47, they are making these flanks, and you can see that particularly there, that solo side flanking member on towards the left hand side of 47 could be an opportunity for them to break through. And the rest of these teams, I am still curious about how squads like Cloud9 are also going to develop coming into that zone. They, I believe, did make that more slightly northern rotation coming in as well. And DK, I'm glad to see that. Is there also 4Rush finding a little bit of an offshoot of the rest of Blood Brothers also making a rotation in?
Yeah, and also we did see some pretty good goodies over into that loot crate there as well. So I'm curious to see if anyone's going to try and utilize any of those weapons. As we know, it could take in quite a bit of a devastating performance. But now the congestion is starting to mount up in towards that center zone, with more and more teams starting to make their way on through. Still have a few teams yet to get out of that blue and secure themselves a position moving into this next phase. And we do have the players from Glitch rolling on through. Meanwhile, Lag still holding on to the angles on this northern, just north of this eastern bridge. But again, also 47 not going to really looking to get super aggressive, right? It seems like they're waiting to see what Lag is going to try and do with their position.
Still Lag, they are pushing the advantage onto 47 as well, and it's down to 1. But 1 finds the extra punish here onto 47. They try to rotate through, but still 1 has their number. Down to 2 now is 47. Trying to make something work, but I don't think they really have the right to. They are trying to create space here for the revive as well as they go back down. But there, another quick move over by Symbol does keep themselves alive for now, but it's not for much longer. It is greeted at the front. It's deleted by 1 as another 1 will drop, and 1 is just making it look so easy. But I think the mistakes here from 47, they're trying to position, but they're not respecting that Lag already have this set up, already have this location under control. So by trying just to walk through building to building, yes, they're trying to reposition and make some fancy footwork be apparent, but you just can't, because Lag, they know, they see where you're going, and they make you look a bit silly, like 47 just did look.
Well, you know, it's a tough decision to be making here, and you know the teams are trying their best, so you know we'll give them that. But of course, now looking at center zone, it is going to be the players there from the Rebels Rage looking to hold on to a very centered kind of position, with of course Glitch rolling up alongside them. But this time around, right, we're not seeing that massive migration for teams heading into center zone so aggressively, right? It does seem to be a little bit more on the calculated side, with the teams being a little bit more respectful instead of just rushing into the zone trying to fight for a potential dominating angle. And this time it has seemed like, you know, they're really trying to put a lot more thought into their positioning. And that makes me quite hopeful for the performances we are yet to see.
Yeah, Lag still stepping up, reaping the benefits of their rewards, as now they will begin to move further forward into that zone. Phase 2 really has begun to centralize slightly more towards that northern side, up towards more of that Milton Power side. And you are really looking at now these teams kind of position about those hillsides in towards the more center part of Erangel here on that more eastern end. I think you are looking towards the benefits of places like Prison really inside of this too. There are going to be so and towards the more eastern side, but I think even you look towards that island side of the western point of the zone where you have those roads conjoined all together, and being able to control these locations on the edge of that zone where you do have these roads more towards these teams coming in is going to be a bit tricky for those later rotating teams if you have squads set up to control those paths across the roads, because those roads, as we say, are going to be the open point where teams don't have the cover of the tree line.
Well, you don't need trees if you've got a beautiful dugout to hide into. As we can see the players here now from Rebels Rage just looking to reach across anyone who dares rotate up in their direction. But now is that mass migration. A lot of teams that we saw positioned further down towards the more southern edge really coming in with that rush as the zone has now repositioned further up in towards that northern reach. So this could be a bit of a potential play coming through now for Rebels Rage in a few more of those eliminations, but center zone is going to be super contested as we can see so many teams now making their way on through, but Glitch actually not going to be stopping there, but it does seem like we will have a bit of a fight, a bit of contention coming in towards that mansion position as well as prison.
Yeah, certainly this third phase zone is going to be so difficult for these squads. You have prison. The hill's still going to be there for these teams to try to control, but it's going to be so much less, and you are going to have to look at these teams try to move in up towards the north side of Mansion even. Now, Mansion is going to be so difficult of a spot to control. I don't think these teams really want to jump in onto Mansion, particularly just now. But you are looking at, if it does shift again, who is going to be those teams to quickly rotate in. RTG, unfortunately, losing one, losing two. It is a disaster inside the bunkers as they struggle with this very flat and open zone. Yes, you've got a few hills in here and a few mountains there, but it's nothing really that protects these teams other than the vehicles and the smokes that they have already in their arsenal.
Yeah, 100% agree with you on that one. And now all that RTG needs to do is try and just quickly tend to their wounded, get themselves back on strong footing before potentially continuing further. As we see a few more teams starting to get much closer to each other, it is going to be Dew now reaching down into that position where we have the players from Rilla Insider, of course, now situated, holding prison. Don't get to see if they could maybe make a bit of a play. But so far, Cena just raining down some beautiful terror on towards Rilla Insider. With that now also we do see Shikozi also coming in with a little bit of a nade play here, lighting up those smokes once again, trying to reach on through. But as we can see, the rest of Rilla holding up in that lovely warehouse. Ooh, but now one nade could really be devastating, and it doesn't seem like Rilla's too close to be really too concerned about these nades getting sent across, at least for the time being.
Yeah, unfortunately, Roju, they have found out Willow as well, so you can see that, yes, also inside do give away their position. They are inside the warehouse, but the smokes also not only act as a distraction, but also to block out the windows. Keep in mind that blocking those windows for Insider, as Dew do come up towards that fight, in this case does actually work, because you are looking at Dew from multiple angles. You can't really fight back on those windows, so by blocking them away, you're denying the ability for the nades to come through, because you cannot see. It is much harder for Dew to understand where the breakaway is to throw the nades inside the building, as well as also allows them to move from window to window and get a more stable position where they can fight through from those windows at more better point. Maybe those 4 stacks that are more towards the north side of prison.
But I'm liking the zone shift, right? Moving even further on towards that east, almost centering up on towards Mansion. So this is going to be a very hairy position to try and defend. But again, 47 already being a little bit on the proactive edge, getting himself set up there towards that southeastern position up in towards Mansion. So now as the team start trickling on through, they have great vantage points to try and defend and reach in, and making it so difficult for anyone to really contest them on their angles. But now it's going to be 47 looking to put a bit of a stop here to the players from Rebels Rage. We can see those heads coming in back and forth. Oh, it looks to be quite devastating, but not quite sure whether or not 47 will be able to secure themselves this compound.
Still more though, they are firing in their own nades, their own explosives down, and here, Rebels, we are looking for a potential escape now. Is there the move through down into the next part of the building, but they are being pushed back. 47, Law, Carlos as a duo is still making it work, but they need to push them further. You can see that these teams coming around the Mansion side, but they weren't expecting that, and neither was I. Law dropped at the front door, and Carlos upstairs will be next. You see the rest now of really Rebels needs to move further forward, but it's another nade right on top. And oh my days, that is what we were looking for from Rebels Rage, and that is the type of aggression that I think we were looking for Rebels Rage all this day, is to see those type of nades utilized to such effect. Lag also now jumping in to the potential fight, but Lag has to step down. Num also trying to bait out the shots, drive away one at least. Lag now down to only Fantasy in this position, but the rest of Num are on top of them. And one as well will fall, and now also Lag drop to the dirt.
Yeah, very unfortunate play coming through there, but absolutely great for the side of Num as they were able to secure a few eliminations for themselves. And of course, they have a potential controlling position coming in from that eastern side. But first, they need to deal with a potential threat coming through there from Blood Brothers. You can see situated just north of them. Over towards Mansion, it is an entirely different situation, right? We can see the players from Cloud9 not being too far away. So it is going to be a little bit of a risky play to make. Meanwhile, full rush coming in on that southern edge, reaching into the players there from Rilla Insiders. We can see things looking a little bit worrying. But with that, it is going to be YT Gaming now also getting eliminated. And with that, we drop down to only 12 remaining teams.
Still is the zone. It's on its way next. Phase number 5 is through. In phase number 5, it has gone really now here towards more of that, I would argue, Mansion side. And the outside of Mansion does make it very tricky here for a position of these teams. You're really looking at, yes, Mansion can be controlled for now, but it's that more front lawn of Mansion is what you're looking to control, and more of those fences that do protect you only slightly. So now it's about these teams, about the utility they have. Can they utilize these smokes to block off a certain section to fight in one corridor? Because the mistake that these teams could be making is that they try to take on multiple teams, and especially for a team like Glitch, and even their Rebels Rage 2 inside this Mansion protection, they could find themselves in a situation where Cloud9 come from one, you have their snakes coming down from the other, and they don't work together as a team to just eliminate one side.
It's going to be a tough play to make, and with that, now we can see a little bit of that result coming through, right? It is going to be Quality just laying down a few of those hits. Also, the players there from Rilla now looking to descend down upon Dew. But a quick response coming through. Meanwhile, there's going to be the players there from Cloud9 also now on the defensive as they've got a few visitors. We can see that up on that mini-map just down towards the S there of Mansion. But look at this. I mean, the players here from Rebels Rage still holding on to their compound. Not going to be letting that slide just yet as they now start applying that pressure onto the players from Glitch. Looking to see whether or not they can maybe get a bit of a play to make here. Both teams in a really good setup, but they need to be super cautious. As we know, anyone can try to reach across. Meanwhile, there's also then going to be the Num looking to get that anchor point set up in towards this phase as well.
Num as well, already on 4 eliminations. They have, though, more of these teams coming behind them. Full Rush are rushing in behind them as that third pipe, but instantly punished by Taxma. The eye out to keep behind them. A lookout is there. It's going to be Stacy now for the rest of Num on the inside as they are looking still to be pincered by 2 of these teams. Full Rush here have slowed down the advance, but they're much more focused here on Club Africa, who are in the middle of this smoke. Attrition is going to be the name of the game with the nades as they blow up one, but Stacy now down to half HP as the other fires down an aid, but in the wrong direction, has to get back underneath the walls for her own protection as Num. Now, with that knock, cannot confirm, though, the elimination.
Yeah, and of course, they need to be hot on the... They need to be super awake here, right? We've got the players from Full Rush looking to come rushing in on the edge of that zone. Fortunately, a little bit of that suppression coming through. We do see Mikey super low on that health bar. The hits continuing to fly on through. And look at this Omar in an absolutely beautiful setup. Very close to the edge, but still having a great vantage point and just leveraging that as much as they can. The rest of the players here from Nuclear Miracle now looking for that opening to get themselves situated back in towards the zone. But look at this, the shots continuing to fly on in. It is going to be Merwin rather, looking for a little bit of that gust. Will they be able to get wind of any of the players?
Oh no, it's happened again.
Teams getting themselves set up before that zone starts to close on through. And Wolf, only 10 seconds left on the clock. But with that, it is going to be Full Rush getting eliminated.
Oh, Full Rush can handle the because it was too much for them, DK. In Club Africa, we're going to see if they can also handle, though, Num, is they are still in this war zone. But the smokes have now dissipated and there is open ground for both of these teams to see each other. Num repositioning throws the zone. It did go far north. Phase 6 now closing in Club Africa. They're going to speed of the move, a brave 5 now decision to go towards that center zone so early, but Noz, Nuclear, already gonna lose one down as they try also to desperately come inside of this zone. Glitch also versus now the Rebels Rage. Rebel holding this strong position for now, but Glitch can it better than the 47 crew. No, they cannot be in this moment find the knocks. But Tornado, they are slowly stepping further forward. It's in DK. They are making it more patient, but they lose one. You can see in the back, they lost 2. They're making maybe a comeback here as Snakes. Also, the back foot Warriors taking down defending position here for Rebels Rage as well. Rebels Rage aren't going to be enough, though, to stop the rest of Glitch as numbers advantage does find them eliminated. Glitch in tatters is a need to survive as the rest of these teams coming further in.
Yeah, with that, they are in need of some R&R. Now it is going to be Panda looking to see if they can find a little bit of that opening as we have the players from Snakes and Glitch on the approach, looking to hold on towards that western position. But, of course, the teams will have to very likely reposition themselves as we're waiting to see where the Snakes fate is going to be going. Meanwhile, Numb still just picking up a few of those engagements, trying to apply a little bit of a pressure further down towards that southern possession. The hits continue to fly on in, and with that, we move down to only 4 remaining teams. The pressure definitely building as the team are holding strong, waiting to see what this phase will do. Where is it going to be going? Is it going to make any major extreme shifts? No, it just up as it usually does, and with that it does present itself, well, rather present the players with quite a difficult call to make here, because they need to get out into the open. But it does seem like Snakes are going to try and alleviate a little bit of the pressure coming through here from Glitch as they move on in, and with that Kalua gets traded. Oh, down goes Duo Leader on the off angle, but Tornado still looking to kick off as Alpha comes rushing on, and with that puts an end to Glitch.
The Snakes, they strike their venom down onto Glitch, but now it's can the rest of Snakes keep this position in hold. They've got to move further into the zone. Phase 7 is already closing now once more in the action. The movement does not stop. After only medicates themselves back to 75% HP, back to 100, using a full first aid to try and make their way further forward. Duo, leader, leading the charge as they try to move themselves in onto the play area. Though Cloud9, Awari doing the exact same, Nuclear down into the final 3, but Cloud9, look at the amount of kills they've been able to rack up here. 8 eliminations for themselves, and Awari can maybe look for more. The wide Molotov over the top, but it is only positioning, giving themselves away. I'm surprised that Nuclear didn't see that position. Maybe, yes, the molly does stop, though, Nuclear from coming further in, and Sakri now pinned down to the back. Awari playing a dangerous game, stepping up once more for the next nade, but it does go wide. The Sakri still dodging, still have the moves.
Yeah, and of course, the players here from Snakes also still in contention, right? We see them holding that northern position, but down south, it is going to be a very risky play, at least for the players there from Nuclear Miracle, as we see Sakri now looking to sneak their way back into safety, just trying to stay ahead of that blue zone as the closure continues to move further forward. Oh, but with that, it is going to be the end of the road. Down to our final 2 teams we go, as it is now Snakes up against Cloud9, Flip, Feinsu, and of course, oh, a little bit of that Arawi position coming in up against the full squad of Snakes. But, I mean, Snakes, they've just been holding back on this engagement. Duo right there on the front line, looking for a little bit of that engagement. Pre-Fire also looking to get themselves set up. But with that, it is Alpha Recross picking up that knock. And now, Flip and their teammate are going to be the final 2 remaining hopefuls for Cloud9. Up comes the nade once again, finding a little bit of more damage. Up comes the rush, and with that, it is going to be the end of the match as Snakes lock in that winner chicken dinner.
Cloud9, yes, they fall. Snakes again looking strong in their fighting ability. And Snakes really stepping up. I think the confidence showing from that first game, they were a little quiet, but that second game really brought them up to fruition. And what a beautiful way they played it. With the slow engagement onto Glitch, they also took down those members of Glitch, beforehand, even on Rebels Rage, which is what made their proactive move onto Glitch versus Rebels fight as a third party, allowed them to so easily come in and storm Glitch later on. So really well done, I think, overall, by their slow but calculated approach by Snakes.
Yeah, definitely a great play coming through, and it was quite favorable for them to come in with such strong numbers moving into those later phases, as they were able to just, you know, dominate what it was left of that phase. So a very satisfying performance, but of course some heavy hitting plays coming through once again, right? We did see several teams coming in with some pretty aggressive numbers with regards to those eliminations.
Look, definitely. I mean, you talk about, right, the side of Cloud9 also stepping up with their 8 eliminations, 9 actually, when they did obviously get that extra one onto Nuclear. And Sakura did fall down, no longer had a Jeep there to protect him as Zone did close in. Flip had their number, and Cloud9 also stepping up with those eliminations. It's going to be crucial for them to get on top of that leaderboard. But if you were at home, also you saw down below, what is that beautiful thing? Just as beautiful as their Snakes. It's upgraded performance and upgraded fun. Celebrate your winning spirit with a brand new Oppo Reno 7 Pro 5G. The designated smartphones for PUBG Mobile Middle East and Africa Esports 2022. It is as beautiful, though, as Snake's victory, and I think for now, Snakes, having so many eliminations on board, is this a momentum shift against some of these other teams that didn't perform so well, DK?
Well, I hope they're scaling up instead of scaling down, right?
No.
That would be an absolute great play to come on through. Yeah, I just couldn't resist. I had to sneak one of those in there as well. But of course, you know, all we can do is look to see what the teams are going to be bringing through once we make it into Sanhok, right? We know that is Snake Valley. So, I mean, it could only be fitting for the players there from Snakes then to pick up that winner chicken dinner.
I can't handle any more of the Snakes. Let's get rid of the Snakes, but talk about a little bit. I think also Nuclear here too. DK, Nuclear the second game, now that they stepped up. They got the chicken dinner in on Miramar. They got the third place. They were looking very strong. Yes, up until they weren't, when the zone did come against them. But to get to the position in that zone with also Sakura there, very strong position from them.
Yeah, I mean, definitely a step up coming through there from Nuclear. So, I mean, all they can do is look to just continue to build up that momentum. And this is something that we see particularly happening on PMPLs. And, you know, the higher events is the teams really come in with some strong dominance once they have that momentum, you know, that momentum really working in their favor. And this is what they trying to need to find that kind of click for, right? They need to find that the moment once everything just starts working for they're able to identify that and then replicate that as they progress across these games.
Indeed they do, and coming back into Sanhok, they're going to need all the knowledge they can get as we take a quick break before we go back into the Rumble in the Jungle.
They don't want it with me. You got a problem with me? Love, you don't want it with me. Man, you won't ever stop me. Who y'all really got a problem with? Who y'all really trying to solve it with? Who don't really like the sound of this? Who come with me getting down to this? You better step back, get your neck cracked, get laid down where you best step. Better check that with a fresh map. Get lost now with no extract. Like, look, that's all me. Got my number, don't call me. We eating up, that's all beef. You freezing up, that's y'all's team. Cause we don't really lose no more. All about heating up, leaving that cold. You can see me beating up, killing that show. I ain't about giving up, no. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Love, you got a problem with me. Love, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you never gonna stop me. Sound the alarm. We about to go on. You getting it wrong. Time to go on. intentions. What is this thing y'all mention? Time for y'all stop pretending, nah, y'all can't do that. Where your crew at? Y'all can't do that. Nah, where your crew at? Nah, man, cause now you alone. Yeah, get out of my zone. Man, cause now you alone. Love, get out of my zone. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Love, you gotta cry with me. Love, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you're never gonna stop me. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Love, you gotta cry with me. Love, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you're never gonna stop me.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Here to the best Oppo moments, myself, Highland, and DK joining you with what was a clash and a bang for our third game on Erangel. DK, it was those Snakes who struck hard, though, in this third match.
Yeah, I mean, they really struck super hard. They were just lying in wait, waiting for their opportunity to bounce, and they did so. They stepped up, they clutched it in. But, you know, we had a few other fights breaking out as well. As we can see, the players here from Nuclear Miracles also now trying to clear up at least their side of that zone with some beautiful trades coming in along the way. And this is what I'm liking to see, is that progression really coming through from the team. So it makes me so excited to see what they still have in store in our remaining matches of today.
Look, also not only though, of course, Snakes, but also the hype train coming through from Snapdragon Elite Gaming, where, you know, you at home can also look out for Snapdragon Pro Series, where they are, of course, the largest multi-genre mobile esports competition organization creator here for the tournament here, of course, sponsored by Snapdragon Pro Series by PMCO. Now, DK, we're going into Sanhok. We're going into what is technically the most crazy map that we could argue for. Rumble in the Jungle, that's always my favorite a little bit, but I'm thinking, what are the teams that we are looking out for now? Are we looking at Snakes also continuing to get up this momentum that we have done so far? Or is there going to be a secret team that we are looking at that maybe comes out here, particularly on Sanhok?
I'd be open to the secret team, right? Because I don't see them in the lineup, so I'm open to whoever that is to step up and surprise us with an absolutely phenomenal run moving in towards Sanhok. But ideally, this could be a great opportunity for any team to step up, get super aggressive, and rake in a few more of those elimination points. Because as we know, the teams are not only chasing the prize money, but they are also chasing those 3 seeding slots moving through in towards the PMNC.
Yeah, as we check out, of course, around leaderboards, as we check out who did come out on top on that third match. Well, it was Snakes, of course. No surprise indeed. Their 5th 15 placement points, joined by their 9 eliminations. Again, very, very strong, but we cannot underestimate the extreme that Cloud9 and Num also went to get to those elimination points. 10 double digits for them equally too.
Yep. And of course, we had the players there from Num also coming in with an absolutely phenomenal run. But now as we look onto the second page, yeah, I mean, it's looking great on towards the higher position. Still a little bit odd to see Rilla Insider situated there. And that'll be very surprising to see YT Gaming all the way in that lower position, all the way in 16th. But, you know, all we can hope to see from this point is improvements coming through, as the teams will have, as we know, right, a few more opportunities to get that done. The closer we get to the end, the more they need to start worrying, right? Because they're running out of options. They're running out of those opportunities.
Yeah, definitely YT and Young Thunder Gaming. They've definitely got a lot to prove coming into this next game. They did get pipped to the post, I think, by Club Africa. They definitely played a very good game. Club Africa to actually outplay YT early on in that third match. But yes, you make those mistakes once, I think, in a competition. You cannot have that same mistake again, because it is just so difficult now as we see those overall standings for the rest of YT Gaming to step up. Now 20 points behind Snakes in that pole position. Cloud9 and Nuclear also stepping through, but there is starting to form this gap. You can see between particularly second and third place, that 8-point deficit where Nuclear are starting to fall behind.
Yeah, there's going to be a little bit of work that needs to be put in here. I mean, not any major separations coming through. No particular breakaway team. I mean, Snakes, yes, they are sitting in pole position, but we could still see any of these teams situated below them, especially on this first page, to still come into contention, right? RTG could, if they have an absolutely amazing match with dropping a 30 bomb, move themselves up to right behind where Snakes are, or potentially even surpass them. But this is where things are going to get a little bit more interesting as we look on towards the second page, right? Still very contentious here, but 4 Rush and 47 Machines, as well as Dew, really having to step it up even more so. I mean, Club African, as well as the players there from Rebels Rage, also looking to see that extra improvement coming in what's left of the PMCO finals.
Yeah, I'm particularly actually interested in overall, I think, these placements to elimination points, and also how teams are faring. Are they keeping similar track? And you can definitely see that overall, the elimination points definitely do tend to be on the lower end of these teams down on the bottom half of the leaderboard. I think that those teams who are on top are being much more the aggressive teams, and yes, they may also be those teams with the chicken dinners, but it's not the chicken dinner points that are really getting them where they are right now. It's Snake's ability, for example, as one of these teams in that top position, that they've been able to get these 12 eliminations to 8 eliminations in the next game, that they're able then to build a sizable lead, and it does create that gap that teams who aren't willing to play as risky, perhaps, and more risk averse compared to Snakes, that are starting to fall behind these other squads.
Yeah, I mean, the consistency is key, right? We've seen that being pretty evident all across the board. So really looking to see a little bit more of consistency being brought in. And as you said, Snakes doing absolutely a phenomenal job, because they're not necessarily finishing in the highest position possible, but still being super aggressive, lining up those eliminations and really utilizing what the point structure is, what it can do for a team.
Yeah, I think also you speak to some of these other teams, right, who are also on that bottom end. I think, like, Team Lag also has had their own standout performances, and you start to see, I think, that some of these teams on the lower half of that leaderboard, yes, they have their individual performances. Even Club African, of course, versus YT in that last game did have a good early game, but it's that ability, I think, also not only in eliminations, but then you talk about rotations as well. And I think the rotations also something else here, DK, a bit are suffering a little bit with some of these teams. There are some mistakes that these squads are making where they go in too hefty, or they don't make a smart decision when they don't respect their position that other teams may also be in. And that's something I particularly want to see improved as we do go on to Sanhok shortly, because those type of mistakes will be punished a lot harder position-wise on a map like Sanhok, where it is harder to see those teams lying in wait.
Yeah, it's definitely quite challenging to get away with mistakes, particularly on Sanhok, as you said, right? You get punished almost for every little mistake you make. Aside from, you know, being completely isolated, right? If you land all by your lonesome, it's good time before you get punished. But I'm curious to see whether or not we're going to have any drop action come through, as we did see on Miramar and Erangel, a few teams getting a little bit too close for comfort there. So Sanhok, it's small, right? And the teams really have to work with those positions to ensure that they are in a location where they could really utilize that potential rotation to get themselves set up for the next few phases.
Yeah, and we're certainly looking at those core locations, right? As Boot Camp, as also Paradise Resort, even towards those more ruined side. Those three locations really are going to be the hot drop potentials of these teams. And I think particularly Boot Camp and Boot Camp Ben Hill as that secondary position really has a strong point for these teams to contest for. I'm really looking forward to can these teams utilize even the basics of really information in Sanhok that is going to be Bootcamp Hill, utilizing the high ground, taking an eye out not only of the Bootcamp compound itself, but also then you've got the likes of those L compound coming towards the other riverside of Painan too. That is going to be the control that we are really looking for from these squads. Can they use those to much effective as possibly we are expecting?
I'm also curious about Trifecta and, you know, that Painan position, because, I mean, Trifecta, that is also a really good position to be in control of course, depending on where that first initial zone goes and then where it kind of progresses from that point on forward. But yeah, positioning is going to be absolutely essential here. Being as quiet as you can, you know, when you have the chance to be, because I mean, one loud cough could be enough for, you know, the rest of the lobby to identify you and then just go like, oh, there you are. Let's take aim and, you know, send you packing. Yeah. So it does really bring in quite a few challenges with that. So I'm excited to see what the teams are going to be looking to bring on through to try and combat those threats.
Yeah, I'm certainly looking forward to can these teams be able to combat that successfully. I think then also movement, you think down towards those very minute specifications, I think is going to be very difficult indeed for these teams to try control. Also, if you at home are also thinking, well, can Snakes do it? Can also YT Gaming be able to step up into the top of the competition? Well, make sure to let us know at home as well, using the hashtag Snapdragon Pro Series, and let us know who your favorite team is and who you think will be jumping in to the top of that leaderboard by this next match with Sanhok. DK, we're almost ready for that Sanhok match. I mean, is there a team that you particularly want again to look out for here in this fourth game?
Snakes, right?
Yeah.
It's a very fitting name for the map we're moving in. I'm curious to see what they're going to be doing. Are they going to be staying true to their name and bringing in those strategic delayed positionings, right? So, I mean, anything could be possible. And also, I'm going to be waiting for that that surprise team, right? Though I don't know who that is, but you were talking about the surprise team. So exactly. I'm very curious to see who the surprise team is.
Yeah, it's actually me and you, DK, so we're going to be jumping in onto Sanhok. I hope you're ready. You're talking about all of... Oh, sorry. I shouldn't have said... I forgot that we were mentioning that was a surprise, but, I mean, I hope that the teams are watching. At least they're on a delay, so we'll be okay. It's only 15 minutes in the game. They'll realise that we're actually in the match also, as we are jumping over to Sanhok, and we are getting ready for that rumble in the jungle, as we say. A very central playing path here for all of these teams. I mean, not really too much of an issue. Sanhok being only 4K by 4K, these teams can drop relatively to where they want to, and this type of playing path will allow absolutely everywhere of Sanhok to be able to be taken up. Still, is it looking down onto this first playing path though? I am a little bit concerned here, DK, as we talked about these potential hot drop locations. Ruins already going to be up there. Paradise Resort also, I think, shouldn't be too much of an issue, though. You do see the members of Jew trying to rotate, I think, to Cal. I'm very surprised that actually some of those players are dropping a little bit closer towards the edge of Glitch. That could be a concern for them. But actually, a lot less surprise of these teams dropping over on top of each other. I think that very respectful these teams have done their homework here on Sanhok, and each of them taking up relatively their own location.
Yeah, I mean, very satisfying position coming through there from 47 as well, right? Moving right there on towards the bootcamp hills. A little bit of a spread. Now, this is the approach that we have seen from a few teams in the pro scene, also bringing in some great utilization of those hills. But now it's going to come down to where these teams rotate up to after the phase has been concluded. I mean, the Blood Brothers all the way over that northwestern island, so they do have a little bit of sanctuary, right? They are entirely uncontested. They can just go about there with themselves set up. But if we look a little bit further elsewhere, especially on towards bootcamp, where we've got the players here from YT, they need to be quite cautious because we can see the players from 47 just holding on towards that southern position, and maybe they can rain them down a little bit of terror on towards the players of YT. Meanwhile, there's going to be the Snakes now looking to get aggressive onto 47, at least well on towards Symbol.
Yeah, certainly I think here for Snakes, it's going to be a very, very aggressive beginning for themselves. And Single has unfortunately been soloed out. Alpha, now also the rest of them coming up towards that location. But Single did a good job at least to try to avoid getting taken out. They were trying to obviously delay for the rest of the team to set up, but it's just way too early. And Snakes capitalizing off a very, very easy elimination as all four of them target down one player.
Yep. Some easy in right there. And all they got to do now is just continue to build up that momentum. I mean, this does absolutely phenomenal things for the kind of team morale, right? Picking up that first Elam and now just look at blaze their way on through. However, it does seem like they are looking to reposition in towards Painan. Painan, for the time being, will be relatively open, but again, we know it is a kind of a transitional point for teams to rotate in, coming through, especially from that southwestern island, right? So it could be a key position to be holding for them. Meanwhile, center zone is actually pretty barren. We don't see any teams moving into that position just yet, as we do have a few of those hills to be utilized there. But for the time being, of course, it is the team still just going through their looting phase and making sure they've got themselves set up for what is to come.
Still, rest of Young Thunders Gaming have controlled through the boot camp in a very, very quiet boot camp. I'm almost disappointed. I'm used to what we saw in the Middle Eastern region in Arabia, where you see Yala, the rest of these squads fighting over boot camp in this exciting action. Well, Young Thunders, they get it all to themselves, and they get to hog every single piece of the loot. 47, yes, are in the distance, but we already know that Snakes have whittled them down, won't be looking for the fight. And it's a very, very slow, I think, apart from that solo elimination to begin with, Sanhok, where you would think that maybe out of all of these maps, this would be the map, DK, that we see these teams fight, but no.
But they've learned, Wolf. They've learned, right? Because we were talking about this in the first Erangel, right? We said we don't want to see as much early game engagements. We want to see the teams being able to last a little while longer, make it into those later phases. So I understand the approach coming through here. Now, of course, speaking about approaches, we do see RTG on the approach heading up right in behind the players there of Lag. So we could have a few of those altercations now starting to light up the feed. But again, the team's still respecting the space. No one coming in with any drastic rotations. It is going to change once we get into the third phase, right? That is where we are starting to run out of space, and looking at the kind of consistency the teams have been bringing in and the survivability as well, it's going to be pretty jam-packed.
But do you ever feel, right, okay, hear me out. Do you ever feel that when you are casting, you have one angel that says, well, yes, they're not fighting. Finally, we get to see some amazing rotations. But then you have the devil on the other shoulder, DK, where they're like, you know, it would be really amazing if they just all dropped in boot camp and we just had a fantastic 64-player fight. Do you ever feel like that as a caster?
No, I don't have that swing, right? For me, it's just like, well, why aren't they fighting? Like, I want to see chaos. I want to see, see insanity all the time. Yes.
There's
yes,
just no
yes,
angel.
yes.
It doesn't exist.
No. My pitchfork is just hidden off, off camera. You
Oh, I
just
see.
can't see it, but it's there. I'm holding it in my hand. But I also kind of hope for some insane zone shifts because that's really challenging for these teams. But so far, the zone has been really respectful with regards to how it kind of shifts, and it is challenging the players, but nothing too brutal, which I appreciate, at least for the teams for now. Right? Day one. I'm okay with that. Tomorrow, my perspective might change. And of course, speaking about changing perspectives, right? Snakes, they are getting super close now to RTG.
But RTG also looked very phenomenal through that, I think, third game. They definitely survived towards that later stages. And I think RTG also finding their footing are beginning to become more of a threat as we hoped for coming into this competition. Forush also quietly moving their way around here in towards a better... As you say, more of those hillsides into that first phase zone, you really are looking at towards even that position of lag where they actually control barn and those beautiful hillsides that do come around the road as well. I think actually teams could even go as far as going towards more even 47 along that road to where you have the buildings just to the left side of lag and where those three roads meet into the center. That location in towards the center zone, I'm surprised teams haven't begun to try go for it. I suspect that teams like 47, like lag, will go towards this compound later, especially considering if we do see this second phase take a slightly southern, more eastern shift towards there as well.
Well, I don't know. Je ne sais pas, right? Of course, Glitch holding Paradise. I do think that is quite an interesting thing to be holding. I'm really maybe shifts in towards Paradise so we can see that insanity unfold as the teams get into a little bit of that force CQC action. And of course, speaking about that, we have RT exploring their options. We can see them now just rolling around looking for a good entry point. They of course started Quarry, now moving around, coming right in between 47 and the players there from YT Gaming as well. So we even have a little bit of that bootcamp action unfolding, but the blue zone is closing on through. It does feel like this phase is going at a little bit of a delayed rate. I mean, I'm not quite sure if I'm maybe just accustomed to Sanhok sometimes feeling a little bit faster, but
prodding you.
Again, like I'm heating it up on the air. It is winter on my end of the world, so I want to try and stay warm, and that's why I want to see the insane plays unfolding, especially right here on Sanhok.
Cold, quite literally, in Africa. I mean, it's okay though. That's why I'm here on also the spaceship. I'm there to, throw away the pitchfork at the airlock for you, just to allow these teams to make the sensible rotations, as I am clearly the angel here out of the two of us on this caster desk today. But it is going to be Forush still slowly making their rotations up, as you say. And I do like these rotations. I think that, yes, we're not seeing the overall fighting that we would love to see, but Lag have got a phenomenal position. They overlook here Forush. They overlook even Forush over the Quarry side, which is also going to be potentially a lot of these teams' way through into that more southern entrance of the zone. Finally, though, RTG, as we said, have been heading towards another team, that being 47 in their own compound, and 47 indeed will look to take this defense. RTG almost losing though Mons as a nade barely doesn't tickle him to death. It is 47. Another one down though, and now take they're not so lucky. Mons back up to 75% vote. Looking healthy now. Can Hello though step into the fight because it's all Mons and it's all death for RTG. Is there 47? Execute them away one by one, and Hello again has to walk away. There is no entrance and greeting that 47 will give to them.
Yeah, we see Hello on the other side, right? So that is a little bit of a oof. I mean, look at that swing though. I mean, Snakes just picking up hit after hit. They turn their attention onto the players here. 1-9 getting the open free fire. No need for that even. Ooh. But with that Fantasy coming in with a quick response, you see Alpha now hopping into this Fantasy, sends out his beautiful trade between both these teams as we get down to 0 and Fantasy. So they're going to have their hands for trying to get their team back into fighting form. Of course, the rush coming up. Lag have hits come their way. Fantasy out in the open, getting stuck on the staircase quickly, just ducking down. But this is going to be the opportunity now for Kakao to come back swinging, as we did see Zero go through for Rez. And of course, trying to keep that pressure up. But as we can see, no one up. Of course, those engagements starting to come through as the teams continue to trickle on through into the zone, looking to get themselves set up. But this is what I want to see, right? This is also the compound that you were talking about, the teams potentially moving up into. And of course, Nuclear also getting into a little bit of a fight all the way up in the northern side.
Yeah, Nuclear definitely looking to try control this bridge. They finally come across from that northwestern island, and this should be a powerful defense, surely. But they are very split. I mean, it really is only Amar. It's a very faint defense of this bridge for Nuclear. I think they're not really as occupied or set up. I think this was a slight mistake as well. I'm definitely surprised Nuclear weren't on that bridge to stop potential teams coming through. But again, another punish by Fantasy. It looks almost like a replay is so good as they punish Snakes once again. A second one goes down, and Fantasy solos out the Snakes squad, and it is not a Snakes strike on Sanhok, but 4 eliminations for Lag.
Yeah, that was not even Fantasy. That was reality for the team of Lag. They're a great run that they had, but now, again, the fight's over up in towards the north. As you can see, Num, Taxma, keeping a very watchful eye there on just hiding up that rock, and even the players from the Blood Brothers still have a little bit of a push to make. We can see them just outside the zone, quickly trying to pick up one of their players there once again, but the sentry on towards this is what I wanted to see. And now the glitch put to the test, looking to see if they can Paradise, as we're going to be having an absolute mess of just rotating towards them. Of course, 15 teams still. That means only say goodbye to one farm.
Yes, still, they haven't made that entrance in. They get across the bridge, and now Nuclear they cannot defend, but the zone has centralized around here, Paradise Resort. And Paradise Resort going to be a stellar defense that Glitch are going to need, because there are going to be so many teams heading up to this location immediately. Now, they should expect that it should be defended. Glitch will be that defending team. I think that now it is down to Glitch not to split up as a 4 single unit team. They need to come together, and as we said previously, they need to control one side, because if they try to control all these 4 entrances, they are going to get run over. They are going to lose 1 knock eventually, and they are going to lose a quarter, and into half, then into 3, then into the full of the Paradise Resort. You need to be as one team, and I think particularly towards that south end is where they should be controlling, because the way this zone has gone, it has been these teams coming up from the south, matching these zone shifts that have come steadily up to the north side of this Sanhok island. So now it is up to, can they keep that defense, as they have done correctly move so to that south side.
Well, only time as to which way the cookie is going to crumble, of course. Now, speaking about that, Flip now just flipping open the door, looking if there's anyone the opposite end, and as we can see, obviously, there's no one there. So, cloud position, but I'm liking this approach coming in from the players here of Rebels Rage, right? They're taking a good coming in, holding that southern position. Glitch being very cautious, right? Not getting any unnecessary engagements, at least for the time, but we do see a few of those engagements now through on the feed as the players there from AKM are feeling the with that, they make their way on back, and of course 14 teams remain, but again, no major aggression is coming through. I mean, I'm curious to see what's going to be coming through from Blood Brothers and the team Dew, who we have positioned for that night as they are in very close contention.
Yeah, certainly I think Cloud9 here as well, having just an excellent form there to take down the rest of AKM. I think the Glitch, so to go back to that point, you see them fairly split up, right? And I think that is what we hinted to of, yes, they are fine just now, DK, but as more teams like Rebels Rage do move in, they aren't going to have the ability to move around this compound as much, because they will be punished for doing so. So I'm curious now, are Glitch going to move together eventually, especially if this zone does continue to shift in towards Paradise Resort once again? I understand why they aren't as together, because it isn't a definite Paradise Resort finish, so it is all up to now, can they keep this continuing? can they hope that maybe Paradise isn't going to be on the cards? Because if it is, and they are still remaining like this, it's not going to work.
Yeah, it is going to be a little bit of a tough play to make tough decisions that need to be made as well. But, I mean, looking at what for the teams to work with, it's a little bit of a risky run. I mean, up north, we have the Blues now making it sweep. Strangely enough, like Blood Brothers not fully committing to rushing all the way forward into the phase. But as we can see, we got the team there from Dew just lying in wait. Cena also just on the opposite end, lying in a potential angle here to have that kind of that gatekeep set up for them.
Yeah, certainly as well here also Bloodborers. I think a slow performance from Bloodborers. I would love to see actually that potentially if they can continue to push further forward and try to find a position. Now it's going to be very difficult. I think for Bloodborers have been very slow. They've been very split in their position further forward coming in from Tatmok. Now, they don't have to run as far. They are slightly towards that northern side anyways as a result. So they do have the edge of zone, but it's more as concern of these teams behind them too, right? You see Nuclear, you see also Num coming in behind, and it is now, are they going to be overrun by these squads all around them? Because if you aren't as together to fight these other teams like Nuclear, like Num as we say, they are going to find themselves at that deficit. And when you can't really position, because this position of the map is so flat, is so open with that road there as well, these teams can't just run in. They can't try to find the optimal position as a result if they don't have that numbers advantage. If they do have that numbers disadvantage, should I say.
Yeah, and I mean, ideally, you don't want a numbers disadvantage, right? Even if you do, you still want to try and bring in a strong potential play to make from that and just utilize every potential angle that you can find. And of course, speaking about angles, the players here from Glitch are really being put to the test as they do have a few, let's call them unwelcome visitors looking to just pop in and say hi, and a lot of that contention and congestion are starting to form in their region.
Glitch, so still looking very strong, coming together, and I like this. Monster coming in together too to fight this versus Cloud9, but Cloud9, they're not looking to slow down here, DK. They're moving further forward. You can see that on the map there, that they are sticking together as a unit. Rebels Rage also in the background, maybe looking to clean up as they will hear these shots from the initial fighting. Kahlua is all on their own, steps up, tries to find the assassination, but nothing for Kahlua is garnered. And now Glitch down one, and this is what we talked about. Not together for these four-man squads running down over them. At least 1-for-1 traders. Flip got hit by the nade from Monster. Another nade on top, but too long. Did they stand out? But it's a double in return. But now, Fragboy is Tornado there too to step further forward. It is a disaster for Cloud9, but Glitch cannot push this, and it is a stalemate despite the series of knocks.
Yeah, it's a really unfortunate position and unfortunate play to see for the team of Glitch. I mean, they had quite a great run in previous matches, but now things are looking pretty tough here as they are just trying to piece everything back together, trying to hold on to this northern position. But with the sheer number of teams now moving in around them, I'm not really surprised to see this kind of rush coming in at all. But, of course, now also the players here from Club African looking to get themselves situated back into this phase, making a bit of a rush, coming in right alongside Glitch. And this is going to be Floki and Co just getting hammered as the hits continue to rain on down. Beautiful aggression being shown here by Glitch. So, you know, not all hope is lost for them just yet.
Club Africa went way too full send it in, and Urabugu down to Glitch is a fire down the spray on top of them. 4Rush also stepping forward into Paradise Resort as they too look to punish a weakened Cloud9 as they do hold on to the edge of the rock. They have to keep on going though. The blue zone is phase 5 is eating their health bars apart in Cloud9. They will use that advantage of the weakened HP of 4Rush as they have nowhere to go. Cloud9 pinned them down. Double knock from the elimination. The molly burns them into nothingness as 4Rush wiped from existence.
Oh, super unfortunate to see, but, you know, no surprise as we still have 9 teams left to try and squeeze themselves into what is, you know, this next phase. Of course, Blue Zone also about to start moving on through, but here we go. That little bit of a spray coming through from Tornado. So Glitch still in a position where they could make a bit of a run, but they are not secured within the zone, and it is going to be some treacherous decisions and potential rotations that are going to be coming through from this, not only from them, but also the remaining teams, as we now look onto the players here from Rebels Rage, actually having a beautiful setup coming into this phase.
And it's the silence of Rebels Rage. It's been so powerful for them. They have stuck with all 4 members here so carefully inside Paradise Resort. And now it is their time for positionally to fight. They have the zone in their favor. They have the position in their favor too now, is they have that southern end of Paradise Resort. But still, it is these oppressors coming down from the outside. Nuclear cleaning up the final moments of 47 as they fall down outside the zone. Again comes down onto Rebels Rage. Is Nuclear pushing further slowly in though? And it's a careful approach for them.
Oh, slow and steady will be the name of the game here, as we can see. Now coming down to what these positions are and whether or not the teams are able to leverage that. If you look all the way down towards that southern position, we can see only 1 team so far situated securely within this zone. 4 teams left to fight it out. Of course, the players there from Nuclear Miracle now just positioned on the western front. But look at these nades now trying to reach across. And with that, it is going to be the coffin for Team Glitch getting shot closed as that nade descends down upon them. But up comes Fianso looking for a bit of an opening on towards Nuclear. Oh, great
Big
spray
knock.
coming in there from Rashid as well.
A big knock indeed. Nuclear, they are falling down to Cloud9. But keep in mind, the 3rd team, Rebels Rage, is still there. They're waiting, lying in wait. And yes, Cloud9, you may have 9 eliminations, but here comes the rest of Rebels Rage, taking down another knock onto Nuclear as they're being cyber-bullied away from Paradise Resort by both of these squads.
Oh, now it's all to try and play these angles now, just looking to see if they can find something that could be quite favorable for them. Of course, now Quality just playing a little bit of that audio game, keeping a watchful ear open for Flip, because Flip also just up in the window. But it is going to be the players from Cloud9 and Rebels Rage moving into this phase with still a full squad on either side. But also, the players coming in there from Nuclear Miracle can be such a thorn in the side for both of these opposing teams, as there's no clear line of sight down on towards them. And I would be especially worried if it was Cloud9 here, because if that zone moves up and blue zone descends down upon them, how on earth are they going to get out of this position?
Yeah, certainly Cloud9 in a deep, difficult position as they try to leverage their HP bars, try to balance them out between the entire team. Flip step forward. Now Valesco as well as they heal in the back line to 3rd, but the zone is closing in. They have to go in onto Phase 8. Phase 8 is a disastrous position to be in. Is there Rebels Rage, bro? They can't handle Cloud9. Cloud9 Phase 8 does not matter to them when they strike down to the Rebels Rage team. And now Eagle, Caster, the only one here left to fend for himself. Quality ain't even there in Nuclear. They've been gifted a miracle of a position here outside in this Phase 9 as we are going to the silver scrapes of this blue zone. We are going to the final moments, but who is able to survive? Quality. Still, the rest of Rebel Rage, they're reviving. They get the revives, they get the punish onto Omar. And now, back into 1, but can Ghost find the revive quick enough for themselves? Can Nuclear trade a revive for 1 back on themselves too? Is Quality stepping further forward? Here, Rebels Rage, they're ready to upset Nuclear, and they do so in stylish fashion. And Cloud9 fall to the blue, and Rebels Rage here, DK are able to come out with a fantastic game. A game that speaks of patience, and patience so gladly they're deserved with rewards.
I mean, that was an absolutely beautiful play coming in. I mean, that's what we like about Sanhok, right? It is so challenging, especially moving into those later phases. And particularly with it now moving up into Paradise, you got to be super cautious with what your positioning is, right? And as we saw, it was an absolute essential play there for Rebels to try and hold on to that spot. And I mean, what a run that was.
Yeah, Rebels stepped up. They sliced down Cloud9, who came for the Hail Mary upset play. And I think had Nuclear stepped up also at that same time, maybe there's a world where Rebel Rage go down. But because Nuclear were also playing for that second place, they didn't even get it. Cloud9 stole it away in the end, and still Nuclear fall in third. So heartbreaking for them. This definitely, though, brings up the standings into something even more exciting than it already was, where Rebels Rage, they're also very, very much now in contention if they can score another good game later today.
Yeah, I would have liked to see the players from Glitch hold on to that Paradise position just a little while longer. I mean, they were kind of just reigning supreme there, right? They had that spot to themselves.
Yeah.
They could just sit back, kick out their chairs, relax, you know, not have a worry in the world. But as we did see the other teams starting to roll up in towards Paradise, that is where I think they were caught a little bit off guard. So they weren't at the ready when they should have been.
Yeah, and I think that's quite surprising as well, considering that as Sonic goes towards Paradise Resort, Glitch definitely should have expected these teams to be coming in onto their location. I think it's very surprising that they were so split up initially, and I think you saw Cloud9 punish that the most out of all of those teams. Yes, they found some success, Glitch there over Club African, but I mean, it was very far and few between that success, where you saw them, because they had given up so much of that compound, getting back into that compound was so difficult for them, because they never had the positions to do so. They didn't have the information anymore to do so, and then the Blue Zone came in, and that was a real third man. It did stop them. It stopped so many of these teams coming into Paradise Resort as well.
Yeah, I mean, it was a really, really tough play to make, but of course some very exciting PUBG coming through nonetheless. But, you know, like, we have some teams having their moments of glory, and then we've got other teams that are able to be a little bit more consistent, and that really does impact their position coming through on towards the overall leaderboards. And as we know, right, the day one is not really the decider, but it being such a short event, right, you can't really afford not to have an absolutely phenomenal performance. So there's still a little bit of work to be done, especially moving into this last match of the day.
One more game, though, to spread out these teams of the day. It's a wrangle once again. We'll be back with you with that beautiful green rolling heels after the break.
Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy.
Welcome back, everyone, to the best opera moments of Sanhok. Myself, Hannah Wolf, and DK joining you for what was a penultimate crucial match for these teams in Sanhok, but it was a bloodbath, to be sure.
Oh yes, there's some very hairy engagements coming through, as we can see right here on the Oppo moments, and some beautiful mollies getting sent out there as well. But this is what we love to see, the teams getting caught up in some very challenging engagements, and you know, at the end of the day, we did see positioning being absolutely key here once again.
Yeah, certainly, I think, for sure, the positioning overall of DK, some of these teams, particularly, I think, Rebels, showed that patience can work and can get you these placement points. But on the other hand, you had that ultra-aggressive Cloud9 roster that was constantly taking fights from, I think, Glitch, just evicting Glitch from Paradise Resort, to then actually coming up strong when it came to teams like 4Rush. Also Glitch again coming back in to fight for that position in Paradise Resort. They almost pulled off the Phase 8 rushing onto the zone to assassinate Rebels Rage from behind, but it just wasn't enough. Is there also, keep in mind here, DK, that of course we talked about Rebels Rage, their damage. No surprise to see Cloud9 there on top, I think, with the eliminations and also the damage. Of course, 1500 was to be expected. I'm surprised almost it is not as even more, actually, from Cloud9. I thought, actually, as a result, that they would be honestly one of the scariest teams, way higher into the 2000s overall. I mean, now you are looking towards some of these other teams, like also realistically, some of these Drew, I think also when we look towards the other end of the standings, those bottom 8 teams as well, I think that it's a bit of a disappointment show again from Snakes. I think from also the likes of YTE definitely not having that strongest performance as we maybe expected themselves. But certainly the one team that definitely does stand out to me on the back is Team Lag, right? I mean, that 1000 damage again, even though they didn't last as long in this game, certainly those 6 kills, certainly the big elimination onto Snakes was something to be talked about.
I mean, also some really good conversion rates coming through here, right? So the team's really utilizing as much of the damage that they were able to cause to convert those into the eliminations. And as we've seen, aside from the placement points being absolutely crucial for these teams, the elimination points also being absolutely essential, and that is one way of ensuring that the team finishes strong with regards to the total amount of points that they are able to lock in. Of course, what better way to showcase that than looking at what we've got right here in our round leaderboard.
And for sure, I mean, Rebels Rage, they were at the start, at the beginning today, they're right up at the top once more on this Sanhok match. Cloud9, though, surely falling behind them here, 23-21. I mean, the amount of, I think, elimination points definitely does speak to the aggression of Cloud9. Yes, obviously, Rebels Rage does also get 8 elimination points, but that was very much towards the end of the game, based off of those eliminations on Cloud9 and also their nuclear as well, coming up to that third. As we check out that second page, though, Team Lag again, those 6 elimination points, looking strong, but it's not so strong for some of these same teams back on the bottom.
Yeah, I mean, well, like we're getting consistency, right? But not the kind of consistency that one would be hoping to see coming through for the teams, and a tough run coming in there for Num, RTG, Rilla, and AKM, especially looking at the performance coming in on towards Sanhok. And I'm a little bit worried as to how that is impacting the overall rankings then for these teams.
Yeah, certainly. Let's check out those overall standings to see how it impacts these teams in Cloud9. No surprise, again, to see that aggression prove to success as they get those 69 points. Snakes bumped down with, unfortunately, a very early elimination against him on Sanhok to 3rd position. Nuclear stealing away that 2nd spot does bring the standings a little bit closer. I think that Cloud9 certainly are looking to be that very consistent team. I think over Snakes, you've had YT Gaming, both have bad games. Cloud9 haven't really had that bad game yet. They're still looking very consistent, and the fact it looks even more impressive is the elimination to placement points. 31 to 38 eliminations shows that they are being consistent in both aggression, but also as placement points. And it's unfortunate that we don't see that from some of these other teams where, yes, you may see them higher on these elimination points, the placement points, maybe not so much. I think the rest of Blood Brothers really being the only other team that have been very silently surviving to get to at least the top of that second half of the page.
Yeah, and I mean, speaking about second half, right? 4Rush finding themselves at the lower end of the second half of the second page. So definitely not the most ideal run that they've been having so far today. So definitely going to be hoping for that improvement to come in. Looking to see them step up and just flourish out on that battlefield. And of course, as we know, they still have 6 opportunities left to do that. But they need to act fast because we're running out of options, right? We're running out of those opportunities for them to do exactly that. And I mean, it is looking to be a little bit of a challenging play, but I gotta echo what you were saying about the players there from Cloud9, showing a really good conversion rate, as you pointed out, with the eliminations to those placement points. So things are looking really hopeful for them.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, as we check out MVP, I would be surprised if it isn't one of those Rebels or, of course, Cloud9 members. It is going to be the Rebels Rage, though. Their Eagle Caster stepping up strong. Those 5 eliminations towards the end, definitely surviving for the end game, taking out, of course, Nuclear in that 2v1 engagement and doing just reward and allowing that time, I think, particularly for the rest of those other members of Rebel Rage to come back up in those final moments, to allow them to their assassinate miracle towards those final moments. So definitely a very well-deserved MVP through from Eagle Caster for Sanhok, because I think want to see this aggression continued, and I want to see Rebels continue that smart play that they made through on this side of Sanhok. They looked like they were being quiet, but I actually quite liked that quiet aggression that they were doing. Is they were controlling this space on Paradise Resort that no one could really enter into on the south side. They had that nice control of the south side entrance in, and as teams made that diversion in towards the north, not only did they lose time to Rebels Rage already controlling that south side to then reroute the entrance into the compound, they also then had to allow all of these other teams to fight it out on a much more smaller space of the zone. So quietly well done through from that control of the zone by Rebels Rage down towards the south, and then to clean it up towards the end to prove that they can still get that chicken dinner with the space they had controlled previously.
I mean, it just goes to show how essential positioning is, particularly on a map like Sanhok, for instance, right? But we've seen this be the case across the board, looking at the selection of maps that the teams have had the opportunity to play on. So, yes, I have to say a really good utilization coming in there from Rebel as they actually moved into that position in Paradise relatively early on, and they were just sticking around waiting to see what was going to be happening. And as we saw, that zone ended right next to where they initially decided to move into. So a really good call being made there from them. But now we want to see that being replicated as we move through our last match of the day.
Right, and indeed, as we saw that being utilized by Cloud9, also as we get to see a little bit of the stats there from Cloud9, caused 9 total eliminations that game and so much damage done, the most out of any of those teams on Sanhok, 1,531. As we were saying earlier, though, I think it is surprising that, again, they didn't have that higher damage count. I thought that, yes, they would definitely be more into that more 2000s range, judging by how much they were doing in towards that north side of Sanhok.
Well, all that tells me is that a lot of the shots that they were firing off didn't necessarily connect, right? But still, they were able to pick up a decent amount of eliminations from that, not really making it into double digits, but bringing in double digits worth of damage onto the opposing teams.
Yeah, indeed. And I think that shows also the control that Cloud9 have been able to create for themselves, not only in Sanhok, but I think also in other games too. Here, we've seen earlier today, DK, they've done the exact same thing where they tried to control the space for themselves, and they actually control it in a smart way rather than just trying to rush in. They're very calculated and slow in their approach, but when they're able to turn on the gas, oh boy, do they turn it up to 6th gear as well.
Yeah, very decisive plays coming in here, and that is what we love to see. Teams looking very comfortable when they make their way out on towards that battlefield, and I mean, I'm hopeful to see even more of that come through from not only Cloud9, but also, got to say, for the players there from Rebels Rage, right? They're really seeming to be coming into their own. And, I mean, I'm excited to see what they will bring onto our final Wrangle.
Yeah, Wrangle is the last match. We are going to be hitting into the match shortly. DK, which, for the last time, are we really looking forward to as a team now? Snakes, you kind of cast a curse them before. Is there going to be a team that looks maybe a little bit better than you're hoping for getting to game number 5 here?
Ooh, well, Curse, I don't know about that part, but I'm definitely hoping to see an improvement coming through from 4Rush, right? That is the team I'm going to be rooting for here. We want to see them step up, you know, and just be absolutely glorious on the battlefield.
Yeah, I think that 4Rush definitely. I think we've seen good ideas from 4Rush, but the problem I think with them is that they haven't been executing them in a timely fashion. You saw that they had the idea to rush on to Cloud9. I think that's the correct play, but they did it so late that the blue zone was creating a lot of pressure for them, and they couldn't then move further forward and utilize the space around Paradise Resort that they had gathered so quickly for themselves, because the blue zone cut off a lot of that space in Phase 5 was so devastating for their health bars also, which allowed then in turn things like those nades, things like those Molotovs from Cloud9 to be able to finish 4Rush off. So it is certainly about timing those rotations and timing that aggression a little bit better from some of these teams like 4Rush down below.
Yeah, I have to agree with you on that one. But you know, this time around, the teams are facing a little bit of a different option or a different challenge. Well, if we look at what they are presented with, at least with regards to that flight path, but a beautiful zone coming in and being inclusive of that Sosnovka military island. So we could see a little bit of that action coming through as we get into those later few phases, but also we could see a little bit of that, you know, insanity developing towards potentially Pachinki.
Oh, don't excite me too much, DK. You know how much I love Sosnovka military base. I want to see the South Island in play, but I'm not going to get my head up too high just yet. Is here the rest, the reigning obviously on into a wrangle for our final game. I think it's a crucial game, not just in terms of the standings, but in terms of psychologically. Having a good game here sets you up so well for that first game tomorrow. Having, on the opposite hand, a bad game here really puts the pressure on these teams to then have a good game tomorrow and a wrangle in that first match.
Yeah, I mean, and this is also where you got to think, ooh, never mind that. Quality getting taken right on down super early. I mean, that is such an unfortunate play to come through. But, you know, like, this is what we see constantly is that change up coming through. One team performing well in one match, then coming into the next one and things being kind of turned on its head. So, again, the teams need to try and find that kind of balance and hope that wherever they drop, they won't have too much of a, you know, a difficult. But you can't really blame anything here. Looking at that flight path, it was quite limiting over on towards that western side. So no surprise to see the teams really dropping in the locations that we find them in right now. And it is somewhat challenging up in towards that zone itself.
Yeah, I'd also think, particularly towards that zone, the points of control that you really are looking for, in especially this first phase, will be those bridges. Now, I think that definitely you are looking at a very strong position for teams who are down already on those bridges to utilize, I think, on the western side, more at Lighthouse, more at high ground to, again, catch these players on rotation. But also, I think that 4Rush should equally on the other end of Milter definitely have a lot to play for when these teams maybe later do decide to rotate on that eastern side bridge. Even if it does go towards more that eastern side, again, controlling that bridge on a second phase zone shift, where if it does go towards them, lag, and when also the rest of these teams on Sosnovka Island do rotate through that eastern side, keeping that control will be crucial. I am curious to see actually how some of these teams, though, as we say, because of the plane path being so westerly, do decide to navigate out of the western side. I think that definitely teams like Snakes have done a great job in the past, where they slowly work their way down towards these bridges and then make their way across the coastline, which is much easier to do with the ocean on one side of your back rather than all land 360 degrees around you.
I mean, it's going to be a little bit of a challenging play to make, but I do think we could see teams potentially over on towards Sanhok, right? Like lag, I'm kind of expecting them to rotate up on that eastern island, eastern bridge. And then we could potentially see the players there from 47 machine opting for the western side. But opting for the west is going to be a little bit risky because we can see the players there from Rilla and Cider already getting themselves set up. I mean, looking up in towards school, where we've got the players here from RTG, it does seem to be a little bit more on the tranquil side of things, right? We do have one team positioned north, looting themselves up in towards a little bit of Razak, and that would be the players there from Nuclear Miracle. But again, we do see that respect of teams, you know, coming through with regards to these drop locations, at least for now. So it's a good evolution coming through across the board.
Okay, but I am curious, and this has been a question that was bugging me. Okay, so this is Miramar, and you better get ready for it. It's a very important question, okay, DK? Are you ready? Are you sat comfortably?
Yeah, wait, hang on. Yes.
Okay, ready. So, do you, or are you one of these players who like to go for the flashy cars, or do you go for like the standard cars? Because for me, I'm kind of like the standard car because it looks cooler when you beat someone with just something standard. You don't need to flash your skill all with the car, you know? What type of player are you?
I'm sorry to disappoint you, Wolf, but neither, right? I'm a runner. I don't really use vehicles, right?
So you're like the Mo Farah of PUBG Mobile, right?
I just run, dude. Like, I pull a Forrest Gump, right? That's what I do.
See.
I just run wherever. Usually when I play in a team with other people, they're like, oh, come get in the car, get in the car. I'm like, you know what, it's fine. I'll just run. I'll see you a little bit later on. Sometimes to my own detriment, other times not so much, but that's just kind of me. I'm not too phased about the vehicles. If I do get in one, as long as it moves, I'm happy, right? What condition it's in or what it looks like, I really couldn't be bothered.
Oh no, are you one of those tricycle users? Don't tell me you're one of those tricycle users where you have the little. Are you on the
No thanks.
Oh, okay, phew. I was scared. I was scared for a moment that when you said, if anything, you would ride in, and it's certainly not that though.
No, I mean, if my only option was the 3-wheel of doom, I would walk.
I think we would all walk, to be fair. I think that it takes a lot of trust. I think that's a trust level that, like, even over the year that we have built our trust level, DK, I still would not sit in the tricycle with you, I'm afraid.
Yeah, I mean, I the only thing that I trust with regards to the 3-wheel of doom is that I'm most likely going to end up in the lobby.
That's true. That's a quick way, though, to exit. I mean, definitely if you need, like, a bathroom break or something, like, the 3-wheel of doom is the way to go.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. But then finding one, that's the other challenge, right? As we can see, finding a standard 4-wheel approach, as the players are showcasing for us here, it's quite easy. But come to think of it, the 3-wheel of doom also has 4 wheels, so maybe that is not really a just way to say it. But of course, speaking about that, we now have Rilla Insider and AKM getting ready for a little bit of that.
Insider, they find a plethora of Noxo on the side of AKM, but nobody goes down just yet. Still, even Insider still all healthy for now, minus Coco, who did get eliminated, I believe, earlier on outside of our cameras. This AKM is beginning to push further. Matrix pushed further away with now the vehicle. I think, yes, it is all about leaving for now. Insider, they will have to sack a second elimination to AKM, and it is not a great start for them coming into this final match, where especially the second phase zone is just about to close in too, and they will have to move according to that, because they are in the center of this zone. Regardless of where it goes, they're going to be a massive target, especially if it goes to this South Island.
Yeah, it's going to be a super challenging position to try and defend, and already with their numbers down to what it is, I'm not quite sure how far they'll be able to go. But of course, AKM not going to be backing out of it just yet. They are going to come rushing straight on forward, looking to send Rilla Insider right back towards that lobby. Up comes the rush. The mollies getting deployed there by Zeke, and that zone now just centering up a little bit further on towards almost that coastline. So not a major shift with regards to the zone positioning, but it is a major shift now for Rilla Insider to remain in this match.
Insider down to only the 2 players. The nade is dodged out for now. Zeke throws out their own, but it's a slow approach. Misses out another, but they are pinned down into a corner. The smokes are the only thing that they've got left. The energy drink for an extra little bit of movement speed. The molly in on to the smoke to block out the extra backdoor approach. But AKM are already indoors. They already take out one. Zeke goes in, misses on the shots, and that's disaster for Zeke. Finally, they clean up the rest of the HP bar as Rilla Insider already white, but it's so important to clear the center of the zone for AKM is equally, and unfortunately for Blood Brothers, they are feeling the pain of 4Rush, and we wanted them to step up. Already Devil knocked, now Nadora also going to fall shortly with time. Nagata is on the other end of this fight, trying to send the nades in, but a smart position from 4Rush to move back. Yes, they lose Clever, but at least they don't lose more to those nades coming through the window.
I mean, a really aggressive play coming in now. It is going to be the players here from Blood Brothers trying to piece this back together, looking to keep up some pressure there, as we can see Clever looking for a potential play. A bit of a race to come through, but as you can see, no certainty there just yet. Boyka and their teammate now just trying to find a bit of a play to make here, as it is a constant barrage of those utils now getting sent across. But Nagato now negating themselves out the window. But it was actually quite fitting to see Matador going up against 4Rush, you know, standing there, just, you know, the cape, and 4Rush doing what they do, just rushing in and getting an absolute beautiful play with that Chinook coming in as well. And this is now putting the players here from the Blood Brothers on a little bit of a back foot. They now need to try and get themselves out of the situation.
Unfortunately for Blood Brothers, they think it is losing compound here to 4Rush. I mean, it was an excellent attempt from 4Rush to be able to move in, be able to actually silence out one half of the fight and not go to push out the second. Take it a slow approach there to finish down Matador, and as a result, justly rewarded with their 2 eliminations for 4Rush. And they do lose one. It is a 1-for-2 trade, so it's not entirely disaster for the side of Blood Brothers, but it is going to be very difficult for them as only a duo to continue in this game. We saw how difficult it was just moments ago for Insider to do the exact same. Num also moving closer into this zone as all of these teams, as we said, moving towards that coastal line where Insider, where AKM just were. Now also their Rebels Rage jumping into that compound towards the coast too, and anticipating that we could still have the possibility of a South Island finish, but it's definitely all about that main island that these teams are looking for. Is Num sniped from a long distance shot though.
Yeah, I mean, that is a little bit of a stingy play coming in right there. But of course, we've got the Goblin trying to gobble up a few of these positions. As we can see, No Cry and Law just holding the very edge. That taking a little bit of a shift down towards that southern side. But this is now where Num has the option to either get aggressive or they still have that little window to get themselves out of a tight and sticky situation. But the more that the players here from 47 start to just move and advance on them, it is a little bit worrying. But it does see 47 now looking to quickly just rush up behind. Oh, whether or not this is going to be a favorable play to be making. We see Cloud9 also just off in the distance. But with that, a beautiful nade coming in right on towards Nazi.
Nazi as well, going to do fall down. The rest of Num also now stepping further forward. Goblin down to 60% HP. Is another nade. Goes in and onto his face. Now 47 closing the gap. Cry is there, but there also a little bit of return damage back through. Law tries to find the angle. They do get it, but it's Symbol from the opposite side. But Stacy steps up, finds one in return. Back through for Num, but neither can now make the revive. Is there goes the second to 2 for 3 for Num. Lost is 47. They get the third. It is a beautiful wipe from Law to finish it off with Symbol there as well.
Oh, such a great play coming in there from 47. But now could be turning their attentions further down south. We see the players here from Cloud9 occupying the compounds ahead of them. Of course, Snakes are also rolling on in. So They are going to be finding themselves in a little bit of that hot spot situation, a little bit of a hot seat to try and contend with. But now looking up towards that more northern position, right? We can see the players here from the Blood Brothers managing to get themselves situated in this little shack. It is going to be the side of Glitch, now trying to rain on down, but Nagato with some quick reactions. But they need to be cautious because we can see the players there from the side of, Rebels just holding that position in nearly center zone. But Rebels still also a two-man team, two-player team there. And it is going to be somewhat of a challenge for them to put up a dominating play.
Still, Rebels, they do control at least that position in the zone. Still the possibility that we could have a lot of this ocean in play. I'd ask of me, about 30.326%. Exactly. I am the mathematician here. Do not judge me on my percentage of water in this zone here, DK. That is exactly how much it is, and I will not be changed on my decision. Rebels there, though, still controlling that south line, still will have the most optimal chance to move to the south side if it does shift there. And it does shift there! What a disastrous zone shift for these teams. No player of these 50 in the lobby inside that third phase zone. They all have to start to move.
Oh, yes. I mean, this is now the epitome of a mission, right? They got to find a way to get themselves situated towards that southern island. And it's going to be quite the costly rotation. So we know several phases deep. But this is where that blue zone is going to be doing thing. It is going to be causing quite a bit of carnage as the teams now have to opt either for or for the water. Either way, it will be the teams having to sip on some blue to get themselves into a strong position. 47 now trying to pick up a few of those as they too start making their way on in. But it's quite devastating as we can see a little bit of a loss coming in there. Club African also now getting eliminated. And with that, we are down to only 44 players. So that means 6 players, or 8 players having been sent away just as the zone has shifted.
Even more, they're all dropping like flies in this lobby, down to 36, 14 in the last 30 seconds, eliminated in our final game here, DK, and it will not hesitate to be less here, is now Jew falling down even more as Willow, now even the side of this Omar dropping away 47, 2 more. It is all about getting into that zone. In the worst time that it has come in phase 4, phase 5, the fastest shifting points of any game here based on when these zones close themselves in. It is a disaster for these players to try to contend with, and Blood Brothers, they too will succumb to the difficulty of this game 5.
Oh, I mean, this was an absolute brutal zone shift coming through, but it does seem like the Rebels are able to situate themselves on towards that southern side. Meanwhile, it is going to be Cloud9 and YT also fight out for control of the southern side. Rebels getting caught out in the drink, several other teams sharing this with them, but this could be a beautiful comeback now for the players there of Lag, YT, and, of course, Cloud9, as they've already been able to situate themselves onto that southern position of Novka Island. And now they can turn their attention onto the water and just absolutely obliterate any of the opposing teams looking to secure themselves onto this island.
We're down to half the players almost that we had just 2 minutes ago here, DK. That is how difficult this zone has become. Glitch team will also fall away. But look at Lag's position on the beach already. Is one of these first teams are going to have such a tear of a position over all of those players inside the water. AKM similarly boarding out of the water onto the sandy beaches at the front there will also have the ability to punish versus the rest of Lag. But you can see as you enter the edge of that water into the beach, you become visible, and AKM unfortunately will become no longer visible as they become ghosts, as they will be sent back away out of the final match. Now down, phase 5, closing in, AKM losing another, but can they even survive? Only now Luca in the water is a solo for Lag, continuing that control, but 0 eliminations confirmed just yet. Other teams also on the mountaintop behind them, doing the damage to AKM.
Oh, but Fantasy in such a prime position now, just able to raid. Down comes Rio, down goes Rio, right away they go, and with that, it all now turns onto Luca, the last hopeful for AKM. With that, we do see the Rebels getting eliminated as the zone now just secures itself on towards the Sosnovka Island. Fantasy getting caught in a very exposed position, but a quick response in as Boyka instead gets traded off. Now Clever trying to find a bit of a prey to make here. That drop also now coming down in towards the water. We can see Panda off instance, but this is what we love to see, the teams really being put to the test. It is quite a bit of a detrimental zone shift coming in here, I'm not going to lie, but the teams now have a great opportunity and an absolutely phenomenal play.
This is all about the elimination points here, DK, with these teams can garner. This is the type of game you need if you need to get back on into the standings. In Young Thunder Gaming, Temestri is next on Lag's list. Starboy already knocked away, and this is the type of damage you need to do if you are Lag. You need to remove these players behind you so that you can focus on those little fishies inside the water.
Yeah, and those fishes, they on. So you can see several of them still just strewn out in the way there. But I'm liking this approach. 1-9 now to pick up any players they can spot. Now up ahead, RTG said boy. And here we go. Landing up on but now 1-9 turns their attention onto the vehicle, trying to instead get explosion assist and sending Manfilla run away. But look at this quick reposition. Mester sneaking up on towards Starboy to get them back into contention. And this is going to be a very risky play again. A beautiful setup there from one out on the coast. It is looking grim as it is. Go. Getting absolutely lasered down. Duo.
In Forage, next on the menu, Lag is having a tear of the game for themselves. They were the first to get across, and oh boy, did they reap the rewards. 5 eliminations, looking for 6. Number 7 on top is Snakes will be struggling too. Unfortunately, there goes the second, now only to a solo for Snakes. In Lag, they have the entirety of this control of the beachfront. Only really those in the back can stop them.
Yep, and well, they need to try and get their backs covered as much as they can. I mean, Lag were looking absolutely phenomenal, but now venturing out onto the... As we can see, Cacao now having to tend to looking to get themselves back into a good point to be able to keep up here. But as we look on towards the water, we still see Sayers scattered up ahead of them. I mean, one of the teams there that we see, of course, is from Nuclear Miracle. But now, final 5 teams left to fight it out, and this could still be a great comeback for the players there of one. They still have 3 play members looking to assert their dominance in from, you know, that solid ground position down south.
And Cacao, here for Lag, is taking down the rest of these players on the little fishies. They send them in. They send them into the water to try find them. Nuclear, but the only hope left to survive in the front of the beach. But what hope do you have when Lag are stomping on your faces the moment you step out of the water? There goes the next one. Oxygen, no needed anymore, as Lag will solve all of your oxygen problems.
Yeah, and deprive you of that, right? But now it is up to trying to hold on to the beach as players from Whitey now starting to move up into position. Of course, Zio looking very grim out in the... As we can see, several players still just trying to hold on. But up comes Mester, Starboy, as well as Manfilla looking for that opportunity. Cacao being very well aware that there is a potential threat coming in from behind, but finds the reach on towards Fantasy. With that, picks up the confirmation, but also then gets straight at quick response coming in from Cacao. Whitey still needing to be careful with their approach onto the beach.
But they eliminated one of Lag, and they will get the revive. That is crucial, because Cacao is now the only sole remainder for Lag. They have 8 eliminations. They should find their 9th. Nox should be the final 10 for them if they can just find them as they come up towards the top. Has to rock a beautiful position for them. There comes the double digits for them as Nuclear fall into 5th position. And whichever way you spin it, though, Lag have destroyed these hopes and dreams of these players.
Yeah, they've done that for of teams, but now looking at the numbers, Whitey definitely having the numbers advantage here, but that doesn't mean anything if they are not able to use the numbers advantage that they've got. Kakao definitely looking to make it super challenging for them. The shots just raining down on towards Mester. Looking at Luca as well. On that little bit of the coast, there's going to be a very risky play, but Whitey now being a little bit blessed by that. So all they can do now is look to defend themselves against the 3 remaining solos yet to secure a position in this phase.
Certainly still though, Kakao needs a big sprint over in onto this phase 6. It's a furthest for them in rest here. Young Thunder Gaming might just start off where we will end off where they started here. Is they did get a chicken dinner. Now, can they get a second one? On game 5 in a rank once more. It is all in their hands, but Kakao strikes down Starboy. That's not the start they wanted. AKM Lucas still on the backside. It's the solos versus a duo remaining as Kakao will be blown up by Vista.
Yeah, off they go in an absolute fireball. But Kakao looking for a great opportunity. Quite surprised. And Mester really trying to get into a strong position, right? Really being able to leverage their angles here. Kakao taking damage, getting themselves ready for a bit of that rush as the blue zone now continues to close on forward. It is going to be Luca that could get out next, but also still a little bit worried about pre-fing that water and not yet being able to get onto the beach. I mean, this is White that are finding themselves phenomenal. I mean, this is there to win, but will they be able to push through and secure themselves this winner chicken dinner?
Young Thunders, they've got only 2 remaining. Kakao is putting up a valiant effort, but a nade, is it enough? No, it is not. Still, the zone has to be the extra pressure. They are not inside of the zone just yet. Kakao makes a move. Is there pre-fire? Will also fall down for Snakes. Snakes down and to 4th position. Lag maybe next, but finds a crucial trade. That is perfect, though, for AKM. Luca now needs only the 1v1. And for Luca, he's been in this situation before today. He's been in the 1v1, but can he find a nade? Looks to find it, almost gets a double, tries to spray down, gets the revenge that he needed, and Luca, the 1v1 returned for them. 4 eliminations for him at 8 km with the chicken dinner.
Oh, I mean, absolutely phenomenal performance through there from Luca. I mean, if you talk about a third-party opportunity, that was much it, right? I mean, that was the best representation of the third-party play coming in. And what a way to steal that winner chicken dinner from a team sitting with still 2 players up.
Look, Luca makes it work, makes a 1v1 happen for a second time, lucky. But if you found out Hive, if you want something as beautiful as that, get down to what is below on that screen, the Oppo Reno series with upgraded performance and upgraded fun. Celebrate your winning spirit with the brand new Oppo Reno 7 Pro 5G. There's designated smartphones on PUBG Middle East and Africa Esports 2022. DK, oh boy, was that a finishing match to end out our night on. And I think truly AKM, quiet but patient here to again get the chicken dinner, just like Rebels Rage did in Sanhok.
I mean, that was absolutely insane. I would never have guessed that the zone would be taking such an aggressive shift all the way down to that far southern side. I mean, not even that we're anticipating a shift like that, but I mean, to see some insane plays come through, and that is exactly what PUBG delivered in that last match.
20 players, I think, dropped from 50 to 30 in about a minute and a half, DK. That's how fast, that's how dire that phase 4 shift really did make things for these remaining teams. But I think also big benefactor out of that game really was Lag, who did so phenomenally with their double-digit kills.
Yeah, I mean, a really strong play coming in there from Lag. Such a thought on a lot of teams trying to get on towards that southern island. Essentially, at the end of the day, you know, Kakao absolutely being such a bullet in a good way, right? At least for the team. But we also did see that Lag to pack their bags and make their way on back. And unfortunate play, but that is unfortunately just these battle royales work. It's so difficult to predict these outcomes, and I mean that results in some very exciting.
It did indeed, but to break it all down, we're going to have to go to a short ad break, and afterwards, check out the best off-road moments. We'll see you guys there.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Okay, I'll do Snapdragon. Welcome back, everyone, to the best oppo moments of Game 5. It was a thriller, to be sure, and what a game it was. We don't see this very often. A Game 4 shift all the way down to the South Island, and 50 players, mad dash, resulted in many eliminations.
Oh, I mean, that was absolutely brutal. Of course, a few teams capturing on the chaos unfolding, as we can see a few of the highlights from the match making its way on there. But as we know, right, there was only one victor and claim that winner chicken dinner in this last match.
Yeah, indeed it was. It was the rest of AKM. Lucas stepping up strong. Didn't win the 1v1 on Miramar, but won it here on Orango for our game number 5. But as well, as you saw on that lower third, it is our sponsor of the tournament, the Snapdragon Elite Gaming. And did you know again? Did you know, Tiki? I told you before. But don't forget that Snapdragon is the Pro Series, is the world's largest multi-genre organization for esports competition. It is a truth to be told that Snapdragon are very fortunate here to be sponsoring us for this event. And of course here, DK, getting all of the action here for this event is very much worth it with a game like that for game number 5.
I mean, speaking about action, that is what we had at Slot, right? We were, as we were saying before, I had my bit ready, and that is such a brutal scene. Like, what else could I do? You know, we want to see these teams being put to the test, and you know that really delivered with a super aggressive shift coming down towards that far southern side.
Indeed, and we get to check out that round leaderboard as well to see just how much carnage was caused and how many eliminations Team Lag got. A beautiful 10 with, or 12, sorry, should I say, with the 10 of placement points. Gets them those 22 total points indeed to charge out the top of the lobby. AKM Esports team, they're running up in that 15 chicken dinner winner points to second position. YT though, doing well, but I think it was YT that really were on a deficit on the back leg towards Team Lag, where Team Lag, I think even before they were starting to get those eliminations, really had YT Gaming's number on even YT trying to get to that beachfront themselves too.
Yeah, I mean, they weren't even lagging behind by anything, right? They were just absolutely an insane performance there. And of course, second page, we still have some heavy hitting plays coming on. RTG, those 4 eliminations, a total of 5 points for this match. But Reliance, Num, Club, Dew having a rough run moving into the day.
I think for sure it was a really, really tough game for Ruler. I think also Namju all sitting on those 0 points. Not surprising to see so many of these teams, particularly on 0 points, for how difficult a game that was just to be thrown out. But I think it speaks to then the adaptivity of some of these teams. And it really shows a zone like this where it shifts down who is actually capable of adapting. And shows that strength of Team Lag, shows the strength of some of these teams that we've seen already, again, showing up strong once more.
Yeah, I mean, that is again where I'll talk about the consistency, right? It's having to get to push through all these matches. From the insane we had, still some very satisfying performances coming through from these teams. And speaking about satisfying, I mean, look at the amount of carnage that they were able to bring on through. I mean, Team Lag, no surprise to see them sitting where they are, and really, really strong effort being put in with regards to that
was the damage that we were looking for, but also AKM did a phenomenal job there too. 1200, almost 1300 damage there for themselves. YT equally on that 4-digit mark. 4Rush also being the only other team here to really join them on the first half of that page. But it definitely speaks in volume of the amount of kills that all of those top 8 teams were getting, which is why they were so high up, and stealing all of the possibilities away from those teams again on the bottom is why you see such a stark difference between the top and the bottom half of that leaderboard in this last game, should I say.
Yeah, first game at the end, right?
Yeah, that's first game at the end, that's what we're looking for.
Yes. If you flip it all on its head, definitely the first match. But yeah, still some satisfying plays coming through. I mean, is there 1200 damage? Being able to pick up 2 eliminations, definitely some strong effort with trying to get those eliminations. Fortunately, you know, things not really working out in their favor.
Yeah, indeed. Check out who was also the MVP of our final match here, DK2, as it was none other than, of course, their Kakao from Lag. I think that Kakao was a phenomenal player on their positional play here towards the beach, utilizing that small rock and having the knowledge of that small rock to then be able to not only shoot from directly in front, but shoot from the sides as well. You even saw Kakao be able to survive and take out another one of those YT members right towards the end of the game as well, and really did put in so much work for their team in total, and was such a reason why Lag did so well in this game.
Yeah, I mean, that was an absolute good play coming in there from Kakao. That was devastation, right? That was a pretty devastating performance coming in, making it's so challenging for anyone to get a good foothold towards that southern island. And I'm very excited to see what Kakao is going to be in our remaining matches.
Yeah, I'm definitely sure. I think the Lag can definitely show up towards that aggression chart. And I think also, to be fair, when you give teams like this an opportunity, I think can they capitalize on that opportunity? I was scared that Lag wouldn't be able to do so initially, but you saw them really reform around that beachfront, and Kakao was really that anchor point for them to be able to snipe off all of those players in the open, in the ocean, where they had nowhere to go. And I think that having that position really did actually save even Lag from what could have been quite a disappointing show had they given the control that they had in that final match. I think also, to be fair, you also have to look at some of these other teams who, yes, were very struggling in the beginnings of that fight versus Lag, but they're actually finding those trades, finding the ability to pick off those extra players definitely helped them in that final match to get back up to that 4th position on these overall standings. As we can see, still though, Cloud9 in top at the end of the first day. Snakes there just shortly behind, and Nuclear Miracle there in 3rd position. Keep in mind, it's only the top 3 heading into tomorrow that will go through to the PMNC 2022 for the African region.
We do see a little bit of a breakaway through here, especially from that 7th position upwards. You see AKM being able to secure themselves at that 20 lead there from Rebels Rage. But now we need to see what the page looks like, kind of what the point situation is and where these teams are. And as we move through, at least we've got all the teams sitting on doubles, right? That's a great start, but there's going to be so much work that needs tomorrow for any of these teams sitting, especially on the 2nd page, if they're looking to tension for those top 3. So, I mean, even the players there from Rebels, they are finding a lot of brothers. They are points behind that pole position, so there's going to be a lot of we need to see tomorrow.
A lot of grinding indeed. I think for really Insider 47 Machines, Club African really do create a picture of the problem of these teams, which has been the placement points, right? You see those teams, those 3, all have kind of higher elimination points towards those placement points overall. And I think that now is, can these teams really survive towards those later game points and really be able to make use of that? Because yes, they have had their standout elimination aggression moments, but it's these overall survivability features that haven't been on the cards of these lower placed teams, and that's what separates also not only the aggression but also the adaptability and the survivability of those at the top.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of work that needs to be brought in, as I said, right? The teams wanting to move themselves out of that 2nd page, looking at the challenges ahead of them. Will they be done? I don't know. I'll always be hopeful that we could see a little bit of that in comeback coming in, but they're really going to have to get their stuff together moving into tomorrow's matches, because we know after this they only have 5 opportunities to get the job done and try themselves a good fit to the overall leaderboard.
As always, as we say, the event sponsored with the help of Snapdragon Pro Series, Snapdragon Elite Gaming. Let us know your own thoughts as well at home on using the hashtag Snapdragon Pro Series on YouTube and on Twitch later today and also in tomorrow's matches, because we want to know Who is the victor in your eyes? Who is the champion that is able to come up in those top 3 positions? Because it's all down to the 5 games tomorrow. That's all from myself, Wolf, and DK. And what a fantastic day it's been. We will see you guys tomorrow.
Look at my shine with the glow. This is my time with it though. This is my time to be way at the top. Me and my guys gon' pay out the block. I don't look like wall. Time's right, and I know the sea is walking in the limelight. Promise you gon' wanna watch like a sci-fi. My guys are high risers, high tide. Might drown if you come to my side. I pledge allegiance for lifetime. My squad connected like Wi-Fi. We grind and you see the highlights. This my life. It ain't a game now. Me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way. You wasn't invited. Say you come to play. I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me. Then step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Game now, me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way, you wasn't invited. Say you come to play, I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me, then step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way, yeah, yeah. Out of the way, yeah, yeah.